like hacked my Google Drive, I would have said the exact same thing.
So was his manifesto good? Well, it seems to have persuaded much of his own community, with many of the top comments praising him. However, when you get down to the meat of the argument he's making, it doesn't change anything. I confront him about doxing, pedo allegations, as well as converse with people from his past. This is the Destiny manifesto. Where there's DMs about you saying like, hey, I wish this person, has this person been doxed yet?
Yeah, for Anna, that's bullshit. For just like Queeman, I'd kill him if I could. I'd show up the fucking house and do it. Bro, I swear to God, if I quit streaming, I'm gonna go on an assassination mission, okay? These people are gonna start disappearing one at a time, okay?
That's why this video is sponsored by Aura. In a topic where people's personal information is being maliciously shared and posted online, it's an important reminder that people like you and me are just as vulnerable. Data brokers have websites where anyone can buy anyone else's personal information for just a few bucks. So it's important that you take the time to protect yourself. I do using Aura. Aura identifies brokers on your behalf and automatically submits opt-out requests that would otherwise be impossible to keep up with on your own. Seriously, just Google your name. You will see your address, phone numbers, family members popping up on all of these white pages websites. But if you give Aura just a bit of your personal information, after a few weeks, all of that will start to be taken down. You'll get less spam emails, less spam calls on your phone. It is genuinely life-changing. And Aura will continuously monitor the dark web and alert you if your personal information was exposed. You won't leave the back door to your house open at night, so why do it online? Plus, they give you up to $5 million of identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. So stop the spam calls and protect yourself online.
That's
by
1/3
.com/WillyMac to start your 14-day
of the
free
Commander
trial.
team.
Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this video. Destiny's manifesto spends a lot of time clarifying that he is the biggest victim of these leaks.
It's incredibly bizarre how many people are fixated on insisting that I'm not a victim in this when I was the primary target of the entire revenge porn posting, while other people were undeniably harmed by these leaks.
So stupid, dude. If you, let's go one step further. If you didn't have any of this recorded or anything, if you weren't six-pissed, right? Then they couldn't have done that. So the buck still stops with you, my friend.
Leaks, they were seen as collateral.
Like, this guy's such a weasel, bro. Oh, shit.
Damage to the publisher of the material and the website providing hosting for it in the goal to attack me, whether it was through reputation, monetary harm, or just some other form
Yeah,
of
you're the victim because of your own fucking stupidity.
humiliation.
Nobody is
Still comes
denying
down to
that
you.
you're also a victim. Nobody is denying that the hacker is a bad guy, but the only reason there is collateral damage is you. If you didn't
Boom.
non-consensually share these girls' images, there would be nothing for the hacker to leak. I feel like he knows this. He's just trying to
Obviously, he knows this. The guy's not an imbecile, right? He just cosplays one.
of his audience. In Destiny's video, he does provide some background information on the hacker, who goes by the name Solo.
Solo messaged me sometime in the morning and said that he was unhappy with how the coverage of the leaks had been so far. He felt as though people weren't giving it enough attention, so he was going to leak more from my logs with Rose if I didn't allow him to come on my stream and speak with me. I don't exactly remember what the message to me was, as I just woken up, read it, and then responded briefly before going back to sleep. The next time I checked my messages with him, everything had been deleted.
Luckily, I have the messages. The messages are Solo demanding Destiny talk to him on stream, or else he's going to leak all the DMs and videos he shared with Rose. He also threatens to release Rose's real age, saying, "You were negligent in verifying her age even after you joked about her looking so young that you would need her ID to make sure she was really even 18. The only other time I heard this allegation of Rose being potentially underage is when I interviewed Kelly Jean.
So he tweeted like a bit over a week ago that the Rose girl.
Are you serious? Elder Scrolls Oblivion, the one before Skyrim, the remaster should be coming out today. It's like the worst kept secret.
Was an OnlyFans.
It's either today or the 24th, but it's probably today.
She never
And it'll be on Game Pass, so I'm just literally waiting till it shows up on Game Pass so we can start downloading it, because it's gonna be like 120 gigs.
Known as like a fan
I need to make room.
OnlyFans e-girl.
She sold nudes via Twitter. So it's not that we're trying to say.
I wish.
It's that we're saying.
This tier 8 battleship is garbage,
I'm
dude.
gonna be real, she does end up doing that. It's
Yeah,
very
yeah, I hit
would
8.
imply. She lists all this evidence for why Destiny should have been suspicious.
Bro, the tier 7, the Nagato, is an amazing ship, bro. I was having the games of my life. And then I go into this thing. Oh my god, it's garbage. Like, oh, yes, it's a little bit faster, but it's like 2.5 kilometers shorter range. Like, how is the fucking next ship, the higher tier ship, worse than the one I was in? It's fucking ridiculous. I'm like starting to think like maybe I should just jump on the Nagato and farm a shit ton of free experience so I can skip this fucking tier. It's fucking shit.
Is that she was underage.
Also, didn't bother to check someone's like age, right? It's like a.
Should she claim she was underage?
She said she was 19 to him. That is true. But she also said, or 18 or 19. I think she said in messages she was 18 and then turned 19 is most likely the case. She was also saying, oh, she was saying to Destiny, I can't come see you because my parents won't let me. So there was like a lot of like, within these messages, sort of tone indicators that this is a very young person. So when someone says OnlyFans, they're spreading a piece of misinformation in his benefit. Because if she did do OnlyFans, he could say, well, this website, which is known for verifying people's identity and age, says she's 19. Therefore, it's reasonable to think that she's 19. In this case,
I personally
there is
feel
none of
like that
right?
is too convoluted of an argument. And if she lied about her age, I'm probably not going to hold him accountable unless I see evidence that is very obvious that she's lying, or he asked for ID or some shit and she's going no.
So he does do that. He makes a message saying,
Is that
do you
in the
have
leak then?
Wait a second, I'm deleting
I'll
stuff.
have to
I
find the
need
exact
room for
message when he mentions
my
identity.
Kelly never
Aim.
proves this. She links me to the hacker telling Destiny she was underage, and Destiny replies saying she told him she was of age selling not safe for work material.
When we started talking, she told me she was of age. The solo guy on Kiwi Farms says as much. I don't think she's underage. I don't think she was ever underage. Well, I mean, except for when she was underage, but before I talked to her.
When navigating Kiwi Farms, the hacker himself would clarify in a later post, to Rose's knowledge, Destiny did not know her real age. And even if he did, he
172
did not make
gigs.
it known to her. I don't believe Destiny is a pedophile. Now, apparently there are DMs jokingly asking for ID, commenting on how young she looks.
If I go to a club and I fuck someone underage, it doesn't matter that I ask for their age. If they turn out to be younger, you're still gonna get prosecuted the same way. It's like the onus is on you. You can use that as a defense only to a point, especially if there are other reasons to believe this person could be underage, as there is in this case, or at least you are not sure.
Well, of course, this is pretty big. It should be.
No, I don't think we can confirm their identity.
Oh, it's only wow.
So
Okay.
Rose's boyfriend says she was 17 at the time, and I don't know if it says she was 18 or 19 at the time of sending things. I'd have to check.
I get what you're getting at. I need more before I'm comfortable going that far.
Yeah.
Kelly wasn't able to ever find me this message, so I asked Destiny about it. Did she ever engage with you or like show you like a site that maybe it did check for age verification at any point?
I'm trying to think of how much.
Like at some
other things, but
point.
no, well, the answer is yes. So like, she was like an active user of I think Tinder to find hookups and shit. And Tinder is an 18 or older app.
And Destiny sent me messages he had with Rose and her talking about using Tinder. I haven't used Tinder in like 8 years, so I don't know. Google says
I've
it
literally
verifies
never-
age. There needs to be
never
more
ever
tangible
used it.
evidence. Right now, the worst case scenario is that she might have lied to him. And that's the end of the good news for Destiny. Like, yes, congrats, you're not a pedophile.
Dying Light,
But
we
the
can
few
do
extra
Dying
wins
Light.
he racks up during his manifesto are just so
No,
insignificant.
all of this is already uninstalled. Why are the folders still there? Fucking Steam.
Her first demand letter to me
There's nothing on there.
was for a total apology, then at least $15 million in compensation. Fuck that.
Yes, people weaponizing your nudes against you is wrong.
Was now in an impossible position. A revenge point of me was still being blasted across the internet, with family members, including my 13-year-old son, being spammed with explicit videos of me, sometimes even by popular social media personalities like Just a Minx. I guess it's because I'm a guy, it's cool. I'm trying to get better, but the image of Destiny sucking that is ruining it. Based. And then this is just her casually, replying to tweets
Here we go.
of mine. It's good.
250
Getting
gigs.
some good
I'm-
getting some Twitter engagement here. Not that
Gaming
anybody
SSD.
gives a fuck because she's a girl and I'm a guy, but it's all good.
Sue her. Sue all of them. Hold them accountable. But why would this make me view the Pixie situation any different? What you're complaining about is what Pixie and everyone
Yeah,
else
super
who share
containers
videos
are
of
not.
Destiny
A super
did
container will not
too. You
give you
chose to share
gold.
videos of yourself with an ego. They didn't.
Hola, ¿cómo estás, amigo?
You made that decision decision for them. He acts like this is a risk everybody signed up for, which is not true.
For people who are extremely concerned with their privacy or material possibly leaking, I generally just recommend that we don't record anything at all, as there's always some risk that stuff can leak.
What he's not acknowledging is the risk was him. I'm seeing Destiny in his DGG chat saying he's not going to sue the hacker anymore. I'm probably not going to push it any farther since it's just bad publicity for me now. And Pixie is forcing us both.
Bro, that's the worst part about this fucking Amagi nonsense, dude. It cost me like 12 fucking million and it's shit. I'm so annoyed.
Other now, lol W. So I'm supposed to care about the sob story with Minx and Kiwi Farms hosting his nudes when he doesn't even want to pursue the culprits anymore.
It's incredibly bizarre how many people are fixated on insisting that I'm not a victim in this when I was the primary target of the entire revenge porn posting. While other people were undeniably harmed by these leaks, they were seen as collateral damage to the publisher of the material and the website providing hosting for it in the goal to attack me, whether it was through reputation, monetary harm, or just some other form
I can just play the Amagi for that, dude.
You were the primary target.
I'm never in range.
Damage is because of you. Destiny never acknowledges this. He has the money to do it all. He's mad at Pixie though because in her story he's not the victim. He's the bad guy. Now Pixie took
All in my quest for Yamato.
You don't get an instant public-facing apology. I understand that, but instead of staying quiet, Destiny claims he had implied consent because Pixie sent a video of herself with another guy.
I just got the ship, dude. I ain't got nothing.
Conversations guessing as to whether or not any of the leaked material was consensually shared was a hot topic of discussion following the initial leaks.
I got it last night.
Sent messages to people to tell them that she had never sent videos of other people to me before, and she portrayed herself in her Substack as though I was the first person to ever suggest this to her, and I was the first person she ever recorded material with. I know that she's messaged people with stuff like this.
To me, her lying about the nature of their sexting would only make her a hypocrite. It doesn't make sharing other people's nudes without their consent okay. He doesn't even know if she didn't have consent.
Pixie was comfortable sending me videos of her and other identifiable men, with them even having saved the videos on their own phones. I took videos of some guy, I can send you later if you're interested. Sure, I'll send them to you when I get them. At no point in any of these conversations did Pixie ever mention having explicit consent from any of these other men to share these videos with me. I have no way of contacting them today to find out if she did. All this to say, consent was being reasonably understood by both sides of this situation.
What do you mean? How? He's assuming that she didn't have permission from this guy when he has no reason to believe that. And in what world does this give him consent to share her nudes? This makes no sense. This was the manifestos to end all manifestos. And it's literally debunked by his own.
Like, how many of these people are there, dude? Like, is that like casual? Does that happen a lot? Like, just making videos of yourself with another man/woman and then fucking sending that out to other people? Is that normal? That's not normal, is it? That's weird and creepy, guys. Like, am I the only one that thinks that?
Logic in our interview. One of the leaks on Kiwi Farms was a blowjob recording that happened with a guy he met on Grindr. And the recording allegedly starts before he walks into the guy's apartment. And if you read the DM of Destiny sharing the video to Rose, he says, "This is just the end. Again, audio scuffed because my phone was in my pocket," implying that the video was secretly recorded. Here is Destiny's defense.
Well, why would he have it in his pocket and not record the thing with the video? It must be because he's not letting the person know. He's secretly recording.
Sure. Yeah, sure. So here, okay, so let me preface this by saying the only reason that recording that you're talking about is leaked is because I think all the girls who started messaging afterwards who were like, oh my god, this might be non-consensual, blah, blah, blah. I think that group of people started leaking shit to Kiwi Farms of hookups that nobody is alleging anything wrong has happened. So it's very fucking annoying, and that what you're talking about, like literally audio, that entire thing is now just public for no reason. So that is revenge porn of me posted that everybody's just spreading because it's fucking epic and hilarious, okay?
That makes sense to me. If the guy involved isn't claiming wrongdoing at this point, who cares? It's irrelevant.
That being said, generally with guys on Grindr, there are guys that I've spoken with, and some people are like, hey, are you happy, or are you comfortable recording stuff? Do you want to do video? Most guys aren't comfortable with video. A couple have been, obviously, hence my fucking leaks. Some guys are like, okay, cool, you know, like audio is fine. I don't care as long as you can't identify. That's why I don't even know how many of my things have been fucking leaked at this point, but like it's pretty obvious the guy can like see my phone or he said like, oh, whatever. I think for that particular one, now I think this recording was like 5 years or 4 years ago, so I don't fucking remember. But for this particular guy, he had said, listen, if you want to record your audio, that's fine, but like, don't pull your phone out. I don't want to see it. I'm like really paranoid about my face getting recorded. And I'm like, okay, I'll just probably start it before I come to the apartment or whatever. He's like, that's fine. Just like, don't pull your phone out. It's like, he's just like paranoid about like me recording his face. I was like, okay, that was the hookup story for that dude. But it's really gay to talk about this because, well, one, it's actually gay, but then two, also, nobody's alleging like any wrongdoing for any of these hookups. So it's like really weird that because other people are literally leaking and spreading revenge porn at me, and then they're having me like describe like this fucking how it works, so I know it's consensual. Like nobody's even making an out.
Bro, I know you guys make fun of me for being gray and shit, right? I swear to God, dude, I was shaving my fucking beard today, and the light made it look like my entire skin was like peeling, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on, dude? Am I peeling? I had to go to my mom and be like, am I fucking peeling? Like, the fucking hairs, the tiny hairs that are left over when you're like using like not an electric razor, but like normally for your hair. It's called a tondeuse, Dutch/French. Clippers, like electric clippers. It made it look like my skin was peeling, dude. I was fucking paranoid. Like, I'm like, there's no fucking way. Oh, I'm gonna die. There's a destroyer around here. I got self-conscious for a second there, dude. Like, because if my skin's peeling, there's no way I'm going outside.
Allegation of this. I don't know if this is gonna turn into like every single like I don't know if people are gonna start leaking every single video I've ever recorded, and they're like, I need you to explain to me like what was the blah blah. It's like nobody's gonna make an allegation about this. Why the fuck are you talking about all my hookups? This is cringy and gross and weird. But that's my I mean that's for that. Yeah.
If he's not complaining about it, then how do we know?
Nobody else.
Is
Yeah.
secretly
Nobody. Yes.
recorded?
It's
Yeah.
fucking started. Yes.
But that same logic entirely debunks Destiny's implied consent defense for Pixie, because that guy's not out here complaining.
desert
In fact,
road,
Pixie
no
claims she had
gas,
consent from
and
him,
no
actual
chicks.
consent to send those videos. She writes, "This is false. This guy was my ex who consented to sharing. I was not recording random one-night stands." I'll be real, the DMs she links don't really prove anything, but then a guy named Tom asks, "The question is whether or not you had consent to share the videos." She clarifies, "I had consent. I believe the courts will exonerate me." So Destiny's entire defense of calling Pixie a hypocrite is debunked by his own logic. It comes off as incredibly desperate. She says, "Destiny, you are now using intimate details of my life against me. I need you to stop. You've already shared some of my most intimate moments for the world to see. Why are you forcing me to share more?" Another defense Destiny alludes to in his response is that he was part of the scandalous videos, therefore that makes it okay to share. In a way, Pixie is kind of like the perfect victim.
To be
Seems like
reckoned
she
with.
shared these with
You're
you.
a lucky
You
shot.
said it was a third party. That party got hacked. It all leaks.
By the way, I want to clarify a couple things. Hold on, just real quick. I never sent nudes that somebody sent me to somebody else. I've never done that before. It's really weird. I've only ever sent videos that I'm in. Now, sometimes those videos are with other people, but like in terms of me sending anything to another person, it's like it's because I'm in it, not because somebody else is in it. Just to be super clear on that. To some people, that doesn't matter. For other people, that's like a really big point, because when that post was written for Pixie, it was written like he wanted to show my body off and blah blah blah. That's not true.
I'm trying, bro.
She's not even naked in that video.
That doesn't make any difference to me. He violated the person's trust in sharing the intimate video in the first place. Him being part of it or not changes nothing. It seems like the only reason he would bring this up is if he felt like there was some sort of legal distinction.
I talk about anything that's related, like
I'm
specifically
going to
to any
ask
of
the
the
question,
like causes of
And
action.
then you
Yeah, go.
say if it can be allowed in the video or not. Because if not, I'm not trying to fuck anybody. Okay?
Huh?
You very much clarified you're part of these videos too. Guess what I'm wondering is, does that make a legal distinction?
Oh,
Is
this
that why
is a
you
force to
clarified
be
that?
reckoned with.
There's two parts that are really important that I'm okay comfortable with talking about. So for one part of legal distinction here, and this is annoying because it applies legally and it applies morally, I think, and I guess it applies to the PR angle too. Like, I have never ever
Oh, this
in my
is a force
life
to be
like
reckoned with.
I hate this ship so
tried
much.
to like shit on somebody by like sharing like a revenge porn thing of them.
You're talking about like the maliciousness of it, right?
Yeah, because some people are saying like, oh, I was trying to like humiliate, like I'm trying to humiliate. Like, no, I've never in my life have I done that. I would never do it. Well, I mean, there was 14 years ago, the one Blue Tea girl. That was shitty behavior of me for sure.
Blue T was somebody that Destiny sexted and then shared their nudes with his buddies, at least according to Ryan Beard's video, an old forum post I could find online.
He just thought it would be funny to share this woman's private nudes with his friends and joke about how f***ing hideous her face is compared to her beautiful body. And he also insulted her because he thought she looked like Shrek. So he shared a woman's private nudes without consent for the purpose of degrading her. In response, Blue T hacked Destiny's Twitter and tweeted out pictures of his dick.
She didn't deserve any of that. That was me being a retard or whatever. Like, I agree with that. But like, I've never in my life, like, I've never like sending videos or pictures and like, oh yeah, this is gonna humiliate this person. Huh? Like, that's just insane. Okay, that claim is insane. Nothing that's leaked from my logs implies that. I've never had a conversation leaked that implies that I would ever do that to somebody. Like, that's just wild. Yeah.
Just to be clear, these
Uh-huh.
I've not seen the videos. Just to be clear, there is videos of Pixies that were leaked. She was not aware that you shared these with Rose.
I can't speak to that.
I guess.
One thing,
Fair enough.
it's video. It's one singular video.
The Blue Tea drama happened in 2012, and if he was caught sharing nudes then, and he was caught sharing nudes now, that means he was probably sharing nudes in all the years in between. In fact, right after the Pixie drama blew up in January, DMs from a girl named Hannah leaked showing Destiny seemingly still trying to share nudes, saying, oof, I guess now that some stuff is leaked, LMAO, if you want videos of me eating, I got them. She laughs and then says, haha, no, don't show me that. Those are super private. I can't imagine how it feels having something so private be public, even if you were poly. Now this is crazy because behind the scenes, Pixie is saying he ruined her life and is posting her suicide note to him less than a month earlier. And if he was still doing this, that is psychotic behavior. Now Destiny would claim that this was all just edgy jokes that took place when they were flirting. He deleted his DMs, so it's hard to understand the full context.
This is like half on the record, off the record. I don't give a fuck. Figure out what you want to put on, okay?
Well, hold on.
A lot of dark humor, okay? I've made jokes about a lot of things that people come back and try to make me sound like a sociopath. Like me and my kid's mom used to be physically abusive towards each other. And some people will link clips of me talking about it 10 years ago. He said he used to choke out his ex.
Even if he went down to hold her to stop throwing shit instead of hitting her, I'm almost 100% sure everyone would be saying the same shit. He had to leave her. He was going, yeah, of course. Dude, I wish I would have filmed my shit with Rachel. I wouldn't have any fucking fans today because you guys would probably think I'm a fucking abuser too. Guaranteed. Because you better fucking believe I had to choke her out a few fucking times. That got crazy. Hell yeah, I did. I guarantee that everybody here would probably think I'm a fucking crazy physical abuser too, sure.
And I'm joking when I say this shit. Or people will say like, oh, Destiny's happy that his best friend committed suicide when he was 20 because he jokes about it. It's like, I do joke about it. I joke about a lot of crazy shit. I joke about Russell killing himself. There's also a sad event. So me and Hannah
Can you my Citadel? Of course he did.
For on and off for
At
like
least.
a year. Had never been sexual ever. Not even.
Bro, I hate this ship. I'm so bad with it.
And then as of like, you have the dates on the messages. Was it like 2 months ago?
I don't even want to put
ago?
the boosts on because I'm just
I
sucking.
think she makes a joke with about Merc. Oh, and she deleted all those messages. Very f***ing clever. But she makes a joke about Merc and she's like, oh my god, I just saw you with that crazy girl Merc arguing with her. And then she's like, just so you know, I would never ever out any of your advances, LOL. And so when I see a message like that, I'm like, oh, that's a green light to flirt, I guess. And then I think our next conversation starts getting more flirty. And then she makes a reference to something about like videos or like, oh, like, or something sexual or whatever. And I think I make the joke and I'm like, hey, listen, if you're looking for videos of me, they're still up on Kiwi Farms, LOL, which is true. But like, that was the extent of my message.
I can't prove anybody right or wrong here because they both deleted messages. And to be fair to him, he didn't send anything. But if she said yes to the offer, would he have? That's up to you to decide.
Would never, I don't want to, I'm not going to drag any of these people, okay? But I will say, like, I don't want to do any, I'm not going to do any of those, okay? But like, there are so many girls that send me messages. I'm not even sure, but like, there's so many girls that send me messages like this when everything was leaking. Okay.
That wasn't me. That was not you guys.
You just sent me something. Let me take a look. Would find the leaked videos if I'm sure if I looked, you know, for science. Damn. So you're still getting fucking hit up, even
Yes,
even
yes,
after
every
you've
time
been
something
labeled
happens,
an abusive piece of shit. They're still trying to
Yes.
get.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, just to give more context, like the environment is like everybody back here, not everybody, but like there's a lot of corny people. They say shit like this, whatever. It's whatever to me. But like if a message of mine got leaked like that, or I guess like that Hannah girl tried to, and it even showed up in Pixie's complaint. He's still offering women. It's like, no, bro, people are hitting me up and they're like flirting with me or whatever. And I'm like, hey, listen, my shit's on Kiwi Farms, LOL. Like that's not like a sincere offer to send anything. And like my shit is still publicly hosted. So what the fuck do you want me to say? Like, yeah, but it's retarded. Like people take it way too seriously. Like, oh, just as a quick example for that Hannah girl, right? This is a person I talked to for a year, no problems whatsoever. After she sends me that message, I find out like 2 days later, she's also in Jessica's server, and then she starts spamming my DMs with her into that server, like after deleting some of hers, and I'm like, what the fuck? Am I getting like set up by these like random women that I've never had a problem with in my entire life?
Now, I don't know why any woman would trust Destiny enough to try and hook up with him still after all this, but that is happening. Now, Destiny deleting DMs is interesting because Pixie's legal team has cited him doing this as a way to try and cover up evidence. On January 21st, 2025, aware of the impending lawsuit and potential criminal investigation, Bono starts destroying evidence, including deleting messages between him and the plaintiff. Is this something you have done to try and hide or cover up anything?
What can I say publicly about this? This is what I'll say, okay? I have a right to delete any message that I want ever. Okay. Number one. Number two, if somebody wants to talk about records for a court case, so for instance, typically when you file a civil suit against somebody, you'll send them like a request for a preservation of evidence. That doesn't mean I can't delete my message on Discord. It just means that I need to make a backup or an archive of anything that I have deleted on Discord that's not available to other people to make sure I have my own records there so that I can send that request is made in Discovery. I have complied 100% with any preservation of evidence request that's been made to me, 100%. So
Did Sunday's
said that, like-
video provoke you into deleting more messages?
It was either that or before. Yeah, when people started to like paste like shit for me around, I started. No, actually, it was I think in December. I think I started running a redact across my whole fucking account. It took like a month or whatever to finish, but I like basically every message I sent before January 1st, I wiped from every fucking message because I was like, I don't know. Because my main concern, it wasn't actually even related to like Pixie or anything else, but my main concern was one thing that I didn't think about.
Mine was bitter.
Think about when people interpreted this. I guess if you want, this could be on the record. I don't care.
I really don't like the ship, dude. Like, I'm so bad with it.
So far regarding
Just to hit 20 kilometers, I have to use my spotter, bro.
Okay.
It
So I
sucks.
sent a message to Pixie, and I was like, I feel horrible. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, I've psychologically damaged you. Like, this is horrible, whatever. I do feel horrible. It has nothing to do with whether or not I sent this on the video. I just feel horrible that something that I was involved in ended up leaking publicly.
So he's saying he preserved the deleted DMs for the court case only, but he's also recontextualizing DMs of him admitting fault. If you remember, Destiny replied
Hits.
to Nick, I didn't admit to anything. Nick would reply with DMs.
Sometimes.
Saying, yeah, I know. I have damaged
It's actually-
severely." Seemingly.
It's a little bit more frustrating sometimes because I had it on the Nagato and the Fuso as well. Like, you shoot at a target and the shells go exactly where you want them to. But half the shells land in front of the ship and the other half right behind the ship. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. At least hit some of them, right? You land... the amount of times that I give a shower to ships is insane, dude. It happens constantly. Oh, I have noticed if it gets close, I have a harder time hitting people. Maybe that's a meeting, but... See, the thing ran out, so I can't even hit that guy no more.
The boogeyman is real, and you just found him.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I'm just getting warmed up.
Yeah, 20, yeah, 90. I know, but it's like so expensive, dude. I can't afford it. I normally don't buy any of the mods, bro. I literally just play the ship until I can get the next one as fast as possible. It's like, I don't want to waste more money on this ship. It's already like, it's already set me back like 12 and a half, 13 million. I forgot what the price was. It was a lot. There's no way I'm ever playing this again. Once I get out of this, right? It's fucking garbage. Oh, no, no, no. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Turn, you fat fuck. Oh, we're not gonna make this. No, no, we're good, we're good, we're good. I really don't like this ship. I'm so fucking shit with it.
Acknowledging that he's the one responsible. He's now saying that this is not the case.
Like, even if she would have said like, even if that wouldn't have been sent to anybody, if somebody would have like hacked my Google Drive, I would have said the exact same thing. Holy, I feel so horrible. I'm so sorry. This is like terrible. Like, I'm sorry. You didn't deserve this at all. Like, this is really bad. I'm so sorry. Like, it has nothing to do with whether or not you're sent it consensually. It just has to do with the fact that because of like whatever my actions or whatever, like at some point, like shit got leaked. That being said, oh, go ahead.
And it's Japanese, so its AI is garbage.
Well, I was gonna say,
Can't
that
even
being
get
said,
one of these
thing that I
guys.
just, and maybe it's just me being stupid, but one thing I never
Desert
considered
road,
before was,
no gas,
regardless
and
of if
no
I'm vetting people
checks.
appropriately or not for setting material, I never considered what if somebody else gets on somebody else's account. So after stuff started leaking like in November or like I think in early December, I started to run a redact on everything because now I'm thinking, well, fuck, what if like a boyfriend, a sister,
Hey!
a father,
Oh, it's
what if
Ricochet,
somebody
damn
dies,
it.
Like a friend gets a hold of their account and they log in and they see a bunch of exclusive material. I'm just gonna fucking wipe all my combos and everything because I
See
don't
if
want
he's
to
gonna
risk,
fuck me up,
shit
dude.
leaking or my shit leaking as a result of that.
Did you delete anything in an attempt to hide stuff for the court case?
No, I have digital copies of everything.
Mimo!
Like, Redacts literally has an auto
Subscription
archive menu.
hype!
Discord allows you to archive all of your conversations.
How you
for
doing,
the
madam?
game. So I've complied with every court request that I've gotten. Yeah.
I feel like I've asked this before, but if you can't be on the record, fair enough, too.
Sure.
But I just want to reiterate since we brought it up again. Did Pixie ever know you were sharing stuff with Rose? That involved.
I'm alright.
Both of you, I understand, but that involved.
Sure, yeah.
Got a little bit of a existential crisis when I shaved earlier.
This court case we're gonna deal with. I can't, on advice of counsel, I can't talk about those things. I will say that when we recorded stuff, I was either married to or I was engaged with Melina at the time. And so, I mean, at the very least, like that's one person that I've been sharing stuff with that she would know, obviously, right? But
What is he on about? He's
While I was
already
getting really,
said he's taking
unwieldy.
responsibility without taking responsibility. It's hilarious. If you're still defending
This
Destiny
is
over
gonna
this
fuck
Pixie
up my
stuff,
hair.
why?
like, this is really bad. I'm so sorry. Like, it has nothing to do with whether or not you're sent it consensually. It just has to do with the fact that because of like whatever my actions or whatever,
fuck's
like
sake.
at some point, like shit got leaked.
I find it absurd that he's apologizing not for sharing the videos non-consensually, but for the hacker leaking them. Bro, the girls didn't want him shared in the first place. He took it into it in the interview because he wanted all of that off the record. But it all comes back to this implied consent argument, which we've already determined is ridiculous. Now, I don't know what the result of their court case will be. If what he did was illegal, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know. But I do know that what he did
Not
was
even close.
wrong, and that should be obvious to everyone.
My hairs are extremely white. I thought I was peeling. I was like, what the fuck, am I peeling? Oh shit, and I had to go downstairs like, yo, am I
The
peeling?
biggest video to come out
But I
of
wasn't.
Destiny was the
It's just my
content
hair.
leaked by Ryan
That's
Dean.
really
I
white.
wanted to touch on the pattern of abuse he builds up in it. At some point, if you date enough girls that are crazy, at some point do you feel like you are the only consistent factor there?
See what they look like.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, there's a lot of things about my life that's like super atypical that would draw those types of people and would induce that type of behavior as well. The issue with the video, like Ryan,
It's not even
you're
fucking
trying to do,
penetrated,
right?
bro.
Have you watched it? Before we...
Yeah, I watched
God,
it,
I
you know,
hate this
and I
shit.
thought about- yeah, I watched it because I thought about like, do I want to do like a long-term response and go through like every single claim? The problem is that like one, you're working with a full like 15 years of me having one of the most public lives on the internet. So basically anything I've been involved in is going to be out there for better or for worse. Sometimes in the worst way possible. That being said, like, I mean, there are things that I've done that are just like legitimately bad. Like I shouldn't have done that. Like the Mia Rose stuff, that was bad. Like I admit that.
The Mia Rose drama was in 2011. Destiny got drunk on stream and sexually assaulted Mia.
If I was a real friend, I would make you. Okay. Go. Yeah. Go. Oh my god.
Listen, I'm gonna apologize.
Yeah, say sorry.
Get the bitch.
But like there was a time when I got like, it was probably one of the people say I'm like making justifications, but
Yeah.
I'm not, like it was bad. But I got like super wasted for like the first time in my life on a stream. I think when I was like 22, and I was like grabbing me Rose's boobs when we were streaming or whatever. We were doing a vacation thing in like Utah. It was bad, but I mean like I've talked to her since. Like I've apologized. I mean there's nothing else I can do. It's always like strange to me when people like Ryan will make videos and say like he needs to take accountability, and it's like this happened 13 years ago. Like, I've apologized. I don't know what else you want me to say. It's not like I don't think it's good behavior. Like, obviously it was bad. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that.
You ready for Oblivion?
Recently as 2022 is
Actually, kind of looking
corroborating
forward to
this.
it.
At the end of the day, he assaulted me, he apologized, and we left it alone. And the point of Ryan doing this was to show that Destiny has always treated women poorly. His best example that he brought up was Anna of War. Anna was somebody who hooked up with Destiny, and then they'd get into a fight, she'd cry on stream.
Steven, Steven, you lied. You lied, and like you misrepresented so many things, Steven, and you know you did this. I mean, you've apologized to me in private, but you won't do it publicly, and
Hold on. Stop trying to act like it's so much different.
You're very irresponsible.
it is, Steven. Don't pull this.
Destiny would label her as a stalker.
It's on the Game Pass.
Can't get away from her.
So, I don't have to pay for it. Well, technically I do, but you know what I mean.
I mean, obviously.
Are you saying you're being held hostage?
Yes, John, I'm being held by an undefeatable opponent, right? You understand? She has nothing to lose. She can carry this out for the rest of her life, and there's nothing I can do about it.
But then in the meantime, he'd be sexting her.
He did stalk me.
That she locked. Okay, then why are you sexting with her still?
We're cool. We've been cool for a year, Max.
Okay, so you acknowledge that you've been sexting with her for a year.
Yeah, we've had on and off, sure. Max, can you acknowledge that I haven't said anything bad about her for a year? I've said we've been fine. I've said that over
The
and
last
over.
time I talked to you about her, like 2 weeks ago, or 16 days ago or something, you said that she locked you in the basement of her mind and it was a traumatic experience for you. Locked you in the
Locked
basement
me
of her
in the
mind.
past. In the past, Max.
Oh, okay.
Why? Tell me, Max. Why hasn't Anna come forward with any of this information now?
What's the
Can you tell me? Do you
ETR?
want-
You mean the ETA? We don't actually know. Supposedly, no one's making an Oblivion remaster, but everyone knows they're making an Oblivion remaster. It's supposed to come out today, or maybe the 24th, but it's probably today.
Want me to tell everybody
Oh shit, I forget.
I don't want to speak on her behalf.
Okay, I will. It's because she said she.
Yeah, but you say ETA, estimated time of arrival. Like, you don't say estimated time of release, right?
I've told you multiple times. If you don't want to be friends with me, then stop.
Acronyms are acronyms. You don't just randomly change them.
Stop this narrative, Steven, of like, oh, stalker and stuff. You're the one f***ing calling me princess.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
But yeah, supposedly
Terry, very kind
today,
of you.
which means 1900 hours for us.
Number 2, I'm pretty sure.
Hello, Cherry. Welcome, welcome.
This panel is insane. Everyone's here to just suck up clout from this poor girl's mental breakdown. Now, Destiny claims the reality of this situation was different.
It's one of those things where, like, when you dive into the details, it becomes a lot kind of more murky and dumb. So, like, I think that the Anne of War story is interesting
Bro, I
to look
can't.
at.
Everything's out of range. I
Like,
fucking hate
people
this ship
make
so
claims
much.
Like, oh, like he was sexting her and then he was calling her crazy at the same time. People will compress time spans of like months into single days, where it'll be like, yeah, we might have had like a sexual conversation like in November, and then in like December she is like
Fucking
tweeting or
cruisers
shooting
acting like
about
they're
me again, or
destroyers.
something that I can
God
be like,
damn it.
unhinged. I'm like, Jesus, this person's like unhinged. I don't know what to do. And we went back and forth like that.
Fucker did the power
probably
slide for crying out loud.
I don't know, man. Maybe a year or something. Well, I don't know. Here, this is my take on this. Okay, so if you want to push it after, maybe I guess. But like, this is my take. Anne of War was like 30-something years old, 30 years old maybe, and I think I was 32 or.
God, I hate playing like that. So
we're
pussy.
Both adults. Like, when people start applying terms like gaslight and crazy making and abuser, like, I think she had really unhinged behavior. She admits that she has OCD. She got medicated for it. It was better. Maybe there was like better ways that I could have handled the situation, for sure. Like, I think, especially in retrospect, and even prospectively, maybe there are better things I could have done. But it's like, it's two adults. The worst thing that ever happened here.
Like, I know everyone
was,
plays like that, but it's fucking. Oh, I
don't
hate
even know
those
what the
guys.
worst thing is. I guess like
So fucking
she
annoying.
became like obsessively streaming about me, and I
just want to play like they did in real life, man. You just-
people have found a way to make this like one of the
everyone's in a
most
line and you can shoot at each other like men.
Calling her
You know?
stalker, at the same time you're sexting her.
It's
I don't know
made
if I
for
wanna see
readiness
that.
to fuck. I've never heard that before.
You can see the emotions
Either.
and confusion.
I understand what I'm gonna say, but
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Oblivion. Oh my god. I hope the mods, all of the mods come back. Actually, it's World of Warships, right? Most of these, like World of Warships and War Thunder, it's all like our age. Because, you know, World War II and stuff. It's not generally a children type theme. Older men like our toys, more murderous.
Much better.
then the moment I see one, pussy bitch goes right behind the fucking island, dude. I fucking hate this game, bro.
Now, this is a
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like all the World War II stuff is all boomers. Like, ain't nobody in this game that's a man, dude. They're all fucking cowards hiding behind little fucking islands. Like, eh. Like, bro, you're in your fucking battleship. Get your ass in the water and start shooting. Pussy bitch. If we had men like you back in the war, the Germans would have won. We're not gonna talk about anything besides that. Don't. I know what you want to say. I know what you want to say. Don't say it. Because we are on the platform of weaker men, so don't get me in trouble. All these maps are such garbage, dude. It's like, ugh. The maps are terrible. That's why the gameplay is just shit. They're all like island hugging. So boring, dude. And extremely unrealistic. That was never done, ever. But, you know, it's made by Russians and they have no idea about history. They just make up their own shit. Kind of what they do.
Damn. Desert road, no gas, and no chicks.
I really think these maps are like made by some brain dead retards. Probably hopped up on vodka. Can't think straight. Who makes this garbage, dude, and thinks I did a good job? Look at this shit. Ugly, unfun, inefficient, terrible gameplay.
Like this is, and I'm so sorry. Like I've been so gentle with all these online communities, but all of us are adults. We're 30 plus years old. Okay, turn off the computer. Like this is. I think this is so unbelievably overblown. Like if you don't want to talk to me or if you don't do anything with me, then just stop broadcasting about me, stop talking about me constantly. Like that's it.
So I interviewed Anna, and she claims that he was sexting her and sending her mixed messages recently after she crashes out on stream.
Yeah, our fighting has honestly been like so on and off. Like it's been so.
Why do you guys keep fucking sexting in between fighting each other? What is with that whole thing?
You know, it's really weird. I know it was very toxic.
So was there anything abusive going on there?
So I used to say that I considered his behavior against me to be abusive. Now I'm not really so sure I would call it abusive. I felt like it was. I definitely felt like it was. At the time, it felt very abusive to me. I would say that he definitely mistreated me, but I don't know if I would go as far as to call it abuse anymore.
Was there times where you guys were sexting and it was cool as he's talking just mad
Yeah, I do. I'm pretty sure there were. I mean, definitely, I am pretty freaking sure that he still called me crazy and stuff when we were sexting. I'm pretty sure he would still be on stream because, like, we argued about. Because wait a minute, hold on, we argued about it. It's all like coming back to me now. I'm sorry.
No, I mean you're going back like what 2 or 3 years now.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, we would have, cause like we had fights about this, like, and him being like, oh well, you know, oh yeah, this one. Okay, wait, I'll send you one. Like him saying like he can't publicly defend me because he thinks it'll bring more drama or whatever. And
she sent me DMs of Destiny saying, it's just me being defensive, referring to when he calls her a psycho stalker. Here's Destiny saying, yeah, well, I can't publicly.
Destiny's downfall. Well, not really downfall because people don't really care about jack shit anymore. But the guy's a six pissed and it's been coming out. He had some bunch of stuff was leaked and apparently he got hacked and leaked a bunch of stuff about someone else. Oh crap. Swing the ass around and we'll miss. That's how you sail a fucking boat, bitch. Sorry. What was I saying? What is this? Yeah, the guy is this holier than thou political commentator. He's got a lot of good points on some things, but he's a complete nightmare on others, and it's hilarious to watch the downfall of these people, right? Yeah.
Defend you because
Six
then it's
Destiny.
obvious we're talking again. If I get defensive, that's the assumption people will make. So I have to act like I don't know why you're in chat. So he was just totally fine with people thinking she was crazy as he's romantically involved with her. That would drive anyone insane.
Because it's obvious we're talking again, so he didn't want people to know that you guys were talking. But this is all the way in 2021. Did this go on for like 2 years?
Kind of.
This went on and off for 2 years?
Yeah, kind of.
Holy shit.
It's very much like a toxic relationship kind of thing.
It definitely was. It definitely.
Yeah.
Except you guys weren't. Did you guys live in the same state or was it all over online?
It was all online pretty much. I mean, he came to visit me,
Dude,
but
you guys are full on Zoomers, dude. You guys were Discord sexting before it was even a thing.
I know, basically.
If she went to leak their sex chat to prove that this was happening, Destiny would then threaten his DGG chat to leak her nudes. Tell Anna if she leaks my sexting, I might have some pics to share.
But I genuinely was kind of scared of him, and when he blocked me, I was really scared that he was gonna like leak my things.
Desert Road.
This ship is fucking garbage, dude. How is this a tier 8 ship, you Russian piece of filth?
To leak his sex because I was saying. Like,
can we start banning Russians from the rest of the world, dude? They're like such a goddamn negative on it.
How is there always some shit?
Yeah, I know. So the reason why I was saying, like, you know, I'm gonna have to, like, leak our sexting if you don't stop saying that I'm stalking you, because we literally have been, like, sexting and, like, you're saying I'm a stalker and people are, like, harassing the shit out of me and, like, doxing me and, like, you know, so that's basically what the context was, and that I was saying, like, you know, I mean, I'm not gonna leak much, but I feel like I might have to leak some of our sexting or something to show people that, like, I'm not stalking
To defend
you.
yourself is what you're saying.
Yes, yeah.
The stuff Destiny was telling me of, oh, she just needs to be an adult and break it off, that sounds great on paper, and Anna to some degree acknowledges that. But you're also leading around while defaming her to thousands of people.
Call the situation like...
Yeah, we should. We really should, though.
Maybe you could say, I should have treated her like an actual child, and said, no, don't do this anymore, and blah, blah, blah.
Just partition them off like we do with the North Koreans. They're just as nuts.
like people cheating on each other online. Like this is retarded, I think. The only reason why people are trying to do this like Anna War situation where it is because they have this idea in mind of like I'm like trying to lead her on privately in these crazy ways, and I'm like publicly lambasting her at the same time, and I'm playing this. I think Lab and Mr. Girl coined this concept of like I get off on this sadistic abuse of women or whatever.
Yeah, they
But
do
like
say
that's not
that.
it. It's like yeah, but it's like if you like, there's like tons of relationships, friendships, like friends with benefits, whatever, situationships where like people kind of like yo-yo back and forth at the end. Like they shit on each other, they get back together, they shit, whatever. It's like it happens. It's not, who cares? Like
Okay,
none of this is that big of a deal. It's all like fucking retarded. Like this is stupid. Like I don't know. It's just dumb. And then people will say like that thing of like you're sexing Anna and calling her like an abuser at the same time. Like not really. There's like weeks plus between these events because for like a whole like 6-month period there was a time where like me and Anna were like friendly, and then she would go public, and then she would go on her stream and she'd be like, I think that Steven is lying about me, and then we'd talk a little bit, and then we'd be friendly again. And then after like a few weeks, she'd be like, I think Steven lied about me. And it's just like, but it's her getting triggered by things in chat like over and over and over again. And people knew they could trigger her, so they would keep doing it. And then like we did that pattern for like 6 to 12 months. It was fucking retarded.
But if she's
but,
crying and at the same time you're sexting her.
I don't know if that ever happened at the same time. What do you mean by same time? These are like weeks. These incidences are happening like weeks
hard.
apart.
I don't know. I'm getting caught up a bit in this interview. Whether it's days or weeks doesn't matter. He's sexting her.
Rick hit on the sub, nice.
She goes to post proof. He's
Barely did
flipping her
damage,
with her
though.
nudes. Some of the time periods between them sexting and fighting was only 2 days. Anna wouldn't call the relationship abusive in her interview. She said that it was toxic and that Destiny was right in the sense that she couldn't just move on. I love when people can self-reflect and take blame. Destiny doesn't do that with Anna. It seems like Destiny has a lot of scorned lovers that he then labels as crazy, but when talking to people outside of Anna, it just comes off as a bit silly to me. I talked to Lav, who straight up admits to spreading around revenge porn of Destiny on Discord.
I think it's funny that like the most disgusting guy online who like has tried to make my life a living hell for 2 years has like a disgustingness and it's leaked everywhere, right? So I was even like, you know, don't get caught leaking it, like, but obviously it's advantageous if it gets leaked. Like, obviously I want bad things to happen to this guy. And then I made a screenshot of the screenshot, or sorry, I made the screenshot that Nico Sam sent me, like a grab of just the top of his foreskin, so that you couldn't tell if it was like, you couldn't tell what the picture was. My profile picture in a private Discord server. Now, there's like debate about like how private a Discord server is, right? It had maybe 20 active users, and none of them were like DGGers. It wasn't like a DGGer offshoot server. It was like, and I never said that it was like, I mean, my friends knew that it was Destiny because I told them that it was, but it wasn't like widely known that I would.
It does look a little rough.
Nico Sam had told me
Those are his fucking secondaries though, right? That thing shoots 4, bro. What the fuck?
So I just didn't. I was under no, like, I did not think that like this was something that like he didn't want going around.
No, he probably loves that you shared that. Just call it implied consent. He wrote to me how Destiny would make her send her feet pics to get airtime on his stream, and how he made her out to be crazy and called her big Juke. I've heard from multiple sources this live story. The only one on the record was Destiny, though. But he tells pretty much the same story, and it's hard.
Oh, they were locked on bearing. Fuck.
Or just 2 scorned ex-lovers. Kelly Jean is somebody.
It's like, where's my guns? Where's my shells?
Because
they went in some random place.
In statements I asked about in my first video, you kind of like brought her into the club as somebody who was part of the Discord that shared your nudes. And now Kelly claims she wasn't ever part of this Discord, but Lav has very much admitted that she did engage with revenge porn of you. It is undeniable because she has bragged about it many times on camera. Even when I messaged Lav on my own, he was very upfront about it. Kelly says she wasn't.
Kelly might have said she wasn't, but she knew about it for sure. She knew about all of it, and she remained friends with Lav and continued to check her throughout all of it. But you know, just saying.
So I asked Kelly,
God, this game is such cancer at the higher tiers, dude.
Yeah, you're saying you weren't a part of any of that.
No, not even slightly. And the first time Destiny has alleged this was about 2 weeks ago, around the same time that he messaged you.
He followed up with him clarifying what he said about you, and he sort of changed his statement to be more of a guilt by association thing, claiming that you hung out with Lav a lot, who has said absolutely maliciously did do this.
This game is pure cancer, bro. The higher tier you go, the worse it gets, man.
The only place that I ever interacted with her is in Justicle's Discord.
So you're not really friends with Lav, he's grouping you in unfairly.
No, I'm not. What I did say publicly quite a few times, and even recently probably, is I think Lav is great content, right? So I'll say like, I miss Lav, or I want Lav to be around, because she's funny and she's not boring. But that has no indication on our.
Like I swear this ship is
Even
just
if I was,
so
like,
bad.
What difference does that make? A lot of people.
18 kilometers is crazy bad, dude.
And, like,
I had 20 on the Nagato for crying out
I think the
loud.
point he's trying to make is.
Why would you
just
make
some
your guns worse
hypocrisy.
when you go up a
Because
tier?
There's a video that I see that is uploaded by a channel called Ryle Kitten House, where it's Lav bragging about sharing.
Makes no sense.
Kelly never truly responded to me pointing out the hypocrisy of it. She just says Lav was banned and unbanned and it became content.
I know that she got banned from Justicle's Discord, and then there was like a rule in place. She came back.
Sorry, every 10 minutes I'm like
like,
refreshing the Game Pass page to see if Oblivion got released.
Topic. And then, yeah, I think this is also on Ryle's YouTube. I don't know if you've seen it, but she was.
Dude, the
in, like,
Nagata was
a bunch
nuts,
of
man.
things,
I was
like,
pinging
towards, like, the
bitches
early
from
part
20
of last
kilometers
year.
away. 24 if I turned the thing on.
And
It
then
was
they had
great.
this debate back and forth about
I was getting like 180k game damage games, bro.
Let's go. This is such weirdo territory. Like, what's my take supposed to be? Lav's a hypocrite? Is Kelly supposed to be more mad at Lav? Am I supposed to say, Destiny, how dare you call Lav mid-Jew pussy? Did you call Lav mid-Jew pussy?
Yeah, I did. Fuck yeah, I did. Fuck that. Oh, she killed herself.
Is there a thing where Lav wouldn't sleep with you, so you decided
Dude, it's
to
great.
start
It's amazing that
shit
ship.
against her, where you talk shit about her?
And then you go into this one and it's just sucks.
Is that a yes?
I said no.
Okay, but then he tells their story of them hooking up and they're falling out, which I end up hearing from like 3 other people. I just don't think any of this is that important.
And we just like chatted a bit on Instagram, and then eventually we chatted a bit on text. I don't think it was ever really sexual. We got like somebody to chat with. I think at some point we make plans to like hang out in real life, with the implication being where so we get to a point to where she wants to go to a hotel in California. I'm like, okay, fine. And then I'm kind of tired though. I don't know. She's like, oh, let's go to a gas station. We get a Red Bull. It's cool. It's whatever. It's like, okay, whatever. Go to a gas station. I grab Red Bull. She's whatever. Eventually we get to a hotel room.
That sounds lame.
Just because I have to know, like, obviously none of that affects this. Like, I don't care about any of that or whatever. Just in case, like, I wanted to clear the air there. And then she messages me back jokingly, and she's like, "Oh, I thought I had to fuck you to come on, ha 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 ha." And it was like, okay, whatever. So like we had that conversation, but she says later on with Mr. Girl, she's like, the only reason Steven sent me that message was so that it seemed like it was okay while he was secretly manipulating me. That's just
What, the cannons?
For like 3 years, and that's like the abridged version of our time together.
When I told Destiny, if you have one crazy ex, that means you have a crazy ex, but if all your exes are crazy, that means you're the problem, he responded with, yeah, I know it seems like all of my exes, but I bang so many women, in reality it's actually a tiny percentage. What it feels like you are implying.
It's a weird flex.
Like, I've hooked up with
Weird flex, but okay.
Most of them there is no problem is on. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, is there like a... Dude, this is so... that I'm even asking this. Is there... What is the percentage of girls? I guess is what I'm asking right now. That are fucking butthurt as opposed to go on, fine. They're like, yeah, I hooked up with Destiny, no big deal. I'm laughing because it's a ridiculous question, but it's genuinely his defense. Because obviously those girls are never going to complain. We aren't ever going to know Destiny hooked up with them.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like 1 to 2%. I don't know, like that's. But every single person that has problems with me,
So
there
you're
are people
hooking up
who
with
like.
that many girls, though, is what you're saying. You're all the
Listen,
time.
okay. The past year and a half, I've slowed down considerably. Okay.
Because of the Vivants?
Yeah, kind of. People like presented this as like some weird thing that like, oh, I took Vivants and killed my sex drive. It wasn't that. It's just that I took it. I'm like way more focused on work.
I guess that makes sense. If the numbers are truly that high, forget if anyone's crazy. I'm passing the ball to other content creators on that. I just want to focus on the allegations. The allegations from Cherry about Destiny secretly recording her had some doubts behind them because nobody had seen the recording. He claims he had consent to record. She said she didn't. We need the courts to figure that part out. So I asked Cherry if I could get a copy of the police report she filed because that would at least prove that something exists. She said no because she didn't want to risk getting doxxed. But now we don't need that because the recording was recently posted to Kiwi Farm. Kelly Jean sent it to me and it opens up with Destiny starting the recording, putting the phone somewhere, and then sitting next to her on the bed.
How's it going?
Bro, this does not sound like she would be aware of this, but I guess we don't know for sure. Now, during our interview, he kept the Cherry stuff off the record, but this recording came out afterwards, and when I asked him about it,
Yeah,
he
that's
gave me a
happened.
response, but never
Yeah.
a straight answer on whether or not he had consent to record it, saying no, WTF, we were in my apartment the entire time. She was literally staying over. I asked, is there a reason why you would be recording in your pocket with Cherry? He responds, I never was, LOL. The phone was sitting on the bed or on the nightstand. That doesn't answer anything. Do you have consent or not? We're just gonna have to wait and see if the police report turns into anything, because he won't say, which, you know, fair enough. I did find it interesting, though, that when I asked Anna if she ever received nudes of other girls, she said yes. Have you ever been sent videos of him and other people where they didn't consent to the videos?
So, I've been sent videos. I have no way of knowing if they were consensually, like, recorded or sent.
Can you say who was in them?
Sorry?
Can you say who was in them?
I didn't know the people.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
I saw faces, but, like, I didn't know who they were.
Oh crap!
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
have
too
no
much,
idea.
too much. We'll just
Yeah,
I'm
and
going
so,
around.
When this stuff came out, I was kind of like, oh shit. Uh-oh. That means that, what if they, like, didn't consent to that being sent? Yeah. So that was a little disturbing, of course, to realize. Yeah, and I mean, I came out, like, kind of supporting Pixie and and Cherry, of course.
Were any of those girls? Well, I guess you wouldn't know if it's Pixie or not, right? I don't know if the. I have no idea.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think I got anything about like from any of Pixie's stuff, basically, or Cherry's stuff, because like I said, I didn't know who they were.
And that just makes me wonder.
I like this guy's name, Major Popoff. That's great. Like, I get it.
When Destiny was going through the Anna drama, he'd tell people to go talk about it on her Kiwi Farms. Her Kiwi Farms thread also hosted her docs. And Ryan Beard made the point that sending people to her Kiwi Farms is effectively just spreading her docs.
And he encouraged them to post in her thread.
Oh, okay. Also, heads up. This is my only non-media blackout time, okay? This is my only non-media blackout time. I will immediately back this, okay? Somebody on Kiwi Farms has made a thread of Anna. So, if you are obsessed with Anna and you want to talk about her all the time, you, chatter, you can actually go to Kiwi Farms and you can go and post all you want, read all
But
you
to my-
want. Go there, post about it, talk about it.
Oh, but he did,
People
the other
put
guy
a
died.
lot of effort into categorizing and archiving everything. There you go, okay?
And in the thread about Anna that Destiny encouraged his fans to go message, they doxed Anna. In response to this, Anna texted Destiny, "You literally ruined my f***ing life. You just doxed me on your stream. F*** you. You put me in danger." And Destiny responded to this by saying, "You're doing it to yourself, and you're going to keep doing it to yourself."
And recently, Destiny has also called for the docs of some of his biggest detractors. He asked, is Queeman's full docs public yet? At another time, he was calling for J-Stocks.
It's how many people around this person can we harass, or can we dox or SWAT or whatever, and like that's just the goal for all of it. It's pretty cringe, it's pretty gross. I expect the behavior from Kiwi Farms. It is what it is. Like I said, communities like that will always exist, but it's really gross when people like Gisticle, whose information I hope I can find soon, are like trying to amplify or put a magnifying glass on info over there and then have it spread into the other world. That's just wild to me.
So I asked Destiny about it, and this is what he said. People accusing you of doxing, right? Because you're referring to Kiwi Farms. Ryan did this with Anna, and then J-Stock is doing this. Queeman is sort of doing this where there's DMs about you saying like, hey, I wish this person, has this person been doxed yet?
Yeah, for Anna, that's bullshit. For just like Queeman, I'd kill him if I could. I'd show him the house to do it. But not for Anna.
We'll get back to the death threat in a minute. I just want to address Anna's point of view. It's you saying like, you doxed me on your stream because your dox was on Kiwi Farms, allegedly. Is that true?
Yes. Yeah.
You ruined my life. Right, so do you think what he did there was him maliciously doxing
no
you?
gas, and no chicks.
I think it was malicious because, again, we were having a fight. It was over. I don't remember what the hell it was over.
Yeah, one in a dozen, huh? Between you two.
Yeah. So the source of our... Oh, well, first, like, yeah, I do think it was malicious because he was pretty angry with me at that time. And yeah, he basically said, like, go to her Kiwi Farms page, specifically page 4 or whatever, which was where my docs was. And yeah, so I was very upset. I think he did.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not sure. Either way, I felt like, you know, oh my god, this is basically doxing me. What the hell? Because he told people to like go there and talk about me and stuff like that, make accounts, things like that, and yeah, I felt like
he obviously, when I asked him about this, framed it in a not a malicious way. But
oh, interesting.
whether he's naming the page number or not, which is obviously he's framing it as not malicious. But if your docs is on there and everything, well,
yeah, I mean,
you know, it comes off that way. It feels that way, and I would interpret it that way myself.
yeah, especially since we were literally still sexting at that time.
According to alleged text messages only 2 days before. And it's not just me who interprets it that way. Destiny interprets it that way. J-Stalk and Queeman sending people to his Kiwi farm is why he wants them dead.
I'd kill him if I could. I'd show the fucking house to do it.
I shared that clip of the interview at the end of my I'm Alex video. And this is how Destiny justified it when he was asked about it on stream.
If you were like obsessively posting and directing people towards doxes of me, my family members, and all this other shit, I have no care in the world for you. I will never have any care in the world for you. And I will gladly and fully admit that. I don't know what to say.
That's the exact same reason Anna was upset with you, but you called her a liar. I'll play his justification anyway. She says like, hey, this ruined my life or whatever. Steven ruined my life.
She's lying when she said that. That's bullshit.
Wait, why is it
But
HE all of a
what
sudden?
happened
The
was,
fuck?
Again, the pattern with Anna was if anybody would bring up anything about her that she felt was wrong, she had to go live and correct the record. And the frustrating thing for me, and I'm sure you've seen this happening right now, is
No, it
what
doesn't
people
do
will
anything. It's being
is
annoying.
people will pretend that they're not getting info off of Kiwi Farms, but what they do is they get info right off Kiwi Farms and then they chat about it in Discord or they talk about it on my chat. So I was getting frustrated and I told my chat, I was like, listen, if you guys want to talk about it, go get Kiwi Farms, whatever, get the out of my chat, don't talk about it there.
That
Now
was
people
not an
like
effort
to
to
go,
dox her is what you're saying.
yeah, no, what the like, why would I even want to do that? Like, what am I, wants me to kill her? What, like, that's hard. I do want somebody to kill Gisticle, though, or Lav, or Mr. Girl, or Queeman. Those people can all die. But not Anna, no.
Since you do want these fucking people to die and they fucking suck or whatever, according to you. I mean, I think they're fucking annoying, too. When you're saying these things, it is with malicious intent. You just genuinely don't care. Like, fuck 'em.
Yeah, not for Anna. That wasn't the
Not
case
for
for Anna.
Anna.
Yeah, people were already going to her thread and they were bringing stuff from her thread into my chat. I was like, listen, if you're gonna talk about it, like, it's not like her thread was unknown and then I all of a sudden publicized it. It was that people were going to that thread and then talking about it in my chat. Like, listen, go to Kiwi Farms. Don't talk about it in my chat. Because if you say it in my chat, she's gonna see it and then she's gonna want to correct the record on it, and I don't want to be part of it. It's gonna drive me crazy, yeah.
But with J-Stalk and Queeman.
The reason why I hate these people is because they're taking part in this thing. Bro, I swear to God, if I quit streaming, I'm gonna fucking go on an assassination mission, okay? These people are gonna start disappearing one at a time, okay? The thing that it's disgusting to me is that because they don't get a rise out of me and they don't get a reaction out of me, they start targeting every single person around me. Blav, if you go onto my Kiwi Farms thread and you look at, there's like 15 different sock puppet accounts that are all this guy. He is saying it explicitly. He will say, I am doxing this girl because she's still with Destiny. I'm doxing this person because he's my citizen. They did it with Tom. Did you ever see? I sent a screenshot where they did it with Tom, where they're like, "Oh, why is Tom saying this? Does anybody have
Tom?
No. Tom is in
Tomfoolery?
Tomfoolery. Yeah.
I don't know.
Wait, here.
I'm not.
Okay,
I don't know.
Tomfoolery
what
tweeted
that site
one
very
critical
well.
question one time about like that rape narrative about me or the crazy narrative. This Stranger Me guy, that's Stranger Me is a Blav. Like, look at that response because he tweeted one thing where he was asking a question, right? And then look at what his response is. Look at that guy, that Stranger Me guy, that's Vlad. He's doxed like 20 people in my life. Yes, he doxed Zoe and Jacob. They know it. I got DMs from Zoe where her and
Oh
Jacob,
no, I
the
need
whole internet
5.
is so terrified of him. He's doxed my girlfriend. Probably like in the past like 20 pages, he'll like re-dox her like every few weeks when he's bored.
Bro,
He's
this
supposed to
guy's
dox my
saying
family.
Willie
Like,
is a competition for biggest footsie retard. Come on, dog.
yes, but he's saying that because you won't come out and post a video like unequivocally calling me like a mass. This is what they do. So whatever like you're working on right now is a waste of time because if you post this, you're gonna have Hassan's community, you're gonna have these people on key. That's fine, but you say that now, but it'll turn into them going after you, and then they'll try to dox you or your girlfriend, or they'll go after your family, or they'll go after friends of yours, or they'll go after other people in the commentary community until they make videos about you. Like this is like the pattern. It is so fucking irritating. That's why people like Gisticle and Queeman, if I could, I would put their balls in a vice and crush
2 more
them,
hours,
and then slice them
supposedly.
off, and then feed them to them, and then slice them and kill them. Okay. them because they're amplifying all this shit and they're knowingly playing a part of it. They know what's going on, but like Kelly Jean, dude, I can send you like 50, like there are so many albums of them just constantly talking shit about me, talking about my dick, talking about my girlfriend, talking about my kid, like constantly.
Great,
It
I
never
got
ends.
teared.
It's never ending, constantly talking about me, constantly.
Listen,
talking about
Nagato is on
and
our
half the
side.
shit talking about is just stuff that's they're like getting off of like Kiwi farms. They're just discussing it like in their servers.
Poor Hannah gets
Again,
no
that's the
grace
video,
for
not you
the
guys.
exact problem that Destiny's complaining about. As far as the messages Destiny sent me, yeah, people are talking about him a lot. I'm sure it's annoying, but so what? This is how the internet works. I hate doxing on the internet. It's the worst part of Kiwi Farms because doxing is when online hate becomes offline hate. It starts affecting people's real life, allowing unhinged individuals to then swat them. People have died from this, but he is being completely unsympathetic towards Anna, who had the same complaints about him, and now he wants to be the doxer. Breaking, it's Saturday, I'm in the middle of editing, but I've just been made aware of Destiny addressing this exact argument I make, and I think it's important to let you hear.
Destiny's mad because people are linking to his Kiwi Farms. Destiny's mad about that, but he linked to Anna's Kiwi Farms, right? Well, if you look at the two differences in context here, it's not even remotely the same. There was a Kiwi Farms thread that was posted, and everybody kept basically doing what Justical servers do, where they would link it in my chat, like, oh my god, did you say this, did you say that? And I think I said something on stream to the effect of, listen, if you want to talk about her, go to our KF thread and talk about her. Don't do it here. I don't want to see this here. This isn't going to be talked about here. Get out. Okay? That was my statement on it. They're trying to pretend like that statement is the same as the 50 extra discords and the room that, Justical has, where they explicitly talk about all of my stuff on there over and over and over again, and they're linking to it and they're referencing it and talking about it constantly. It's clearly not the same thing. Like if Justical or any of those side servers made the same statement about me that I made about Anna, I would be totally fine with that. If they were like, listen, guys, we're not going to talk about their personal shit anymore. If you want to talk about it, or like their docs or whatever, if you want to talk about it, then go to KF and talk about it. I'd be totally fine with that.
But here's the difference. Anna's story isn't breaking from Kiwi Farms, it's breaking from Anna's and Destiny's stream. Meanwhile, the sources from the Destiny drama come from Kiwi Farms. They kind of have to reference it to some degree. I mean, would any reasonable person say that I doxed Keffels because I referenced her Kiwi Farms? Absolutely not. I'm not set on this opinion. It's probably a case-by-case basis, and I don't know everything J-Stalk or Queeman have said, so I could probably be persuaded depending on the circumstances. Let me know what you guys think. Destiny sent me a message implying that he wanted to use these doxes to sue J-Stalk and Queeman. I guess that's better than posting them publicly.
You said J-Stalk has greenlit everything coming from Kiwi Farms, which includes doxes of everyone around you. And they're now proceeding to harass you. You said you have a girlfriend, right? I mean, I know you probably want to keep that private, maybe. I don't know, people know you.
Well, it's not, because it's everybody points to Kiwi Farms where they're doxing her constantly, so. And Kelly Jean is also like bringing up things on Kiwi Farms about her, and she's posting about those things. It might even be one of the albums I sent you in like Justical's Discord, and everybody knows it's coming from Kiwi Farms.
But in this message specifically to me, you said, if I'm after any information regarding J-Stalk, that's for my own purposes. Are you going to sue J-Stalk? Are you looking into that option?
I'd like to keep that option open. It'd be nice to have that option.
It's either that or he's actually going to murder them. One or the other.
Oh, I did troll the shit out of the DDoS kid. That's a guy, that's one of the people, like, legitimately, like, I was so, you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most f***ed up shit in my entire life. I was so f***ing close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of. Oh my god, I was so close to this dress. I had fucking streets mapped out and you have no idea. That's when I first started getting an interest in like owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything.
A toast to the bad guy. With bad bitches, the bad times will pass by.
These are just some other things from my journey that I found interesting. Denims threw herself in is one of the victims who was secretly recorded.
Like he has so many victims, and he has done this same shtick over and over and over again, where he reaches out, or other women reach out to him who are 18 or 19 or 20, and he does the same song and dance where he tries to use and abuse them and then discard them when it's no longer relevant or useful for him. Unfortunately, I made the mistake of not having had sex with him, and after that point, he decided to just do a full smear campaign on me, and threatened to leak non-sexual in this case, I feel like it's important to recognize that, illegal recordings of me. We had a conversation, and he recorded it in California, which is a two-party consent state, which you cannot record people without their consent. Since that moment, I basically didn't talk about him at all because, like I said, he is a black hole. He's a cynical piece of shit black hole whose only goal is to sexually abuse.
Oh fuck! Oh, I'm screwed. Well, I wasn't paying attention.
Talking like this, so I asked Destiny, and he said that Denim stayed in his apartment for 2 days, banging a dude without his knowledge.
However, one weird thing happened where 2 days before TwitchCon ends, okay, Denims, all right, she said that she had to catch a ride back to LA early, and only one guy could give her a ride back. Okay, you follow me?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, to be polite, and because I'm mindful of, like, I don't want some girl getting, like, trapped and raped or whatever, I told them, I was like, okay, yeah, no problem, that's fine or whatever. However, like, if you need to, like, use my apartment because you need, like, a place to stay, so you're not, like, trapped with some random dude or whatever, like, here's how to get into my apartment, just so you know. And she's like, okay, thanks. 2 days later, me, Melina, and I think Caterino or whatever, we end up, like, driving back to LA, pull into my apartment, it's in Glendale, go upstairs, open my apartment door, and then in my loft, up pops Denim's head and the guy. And I realized that Denim's and the guy had just spent the last 2 days in my fucking apartment with my computer on, like, and all my shit. I'm like, what the this was incredibly weird to me. I don't know why she thought I would have been okay with that. It was so dramatic. I sat them both down. I was like, listen, okay, this is all
The fact that so much information is
too weird.
coming
Like,
or is leaking about the Oblivion makes me think we're gonna, but it probably will get released today. Fuck, how? There's no store page. Better read today, because now I want to play it. Like, been so long.
I don't want anything to do with either of you guys. This is like
It's gonna be vanilla, right? There's no mods yet, but you know, they'll come.
Both been like unhinged and crazy, and they understood and blah blah blah. And then after that, like we like all kind of went our separate ways. Now, I did record that conversation because the big fear I had, and this happened 2 days later, Denims goes online with her new guy friend, and she's like, Steven kicked me out because I wouldn't fuck him.
And that's pretty much what she's claiming now. So when Destiny offered me the recording, I took it, I listened to it, and he's right. She's just lying about the whole thing.
Not allowed to be in the apartment.
Fuck no.
Really?
Fuck no.
Why was I not told that he was not allowed to be in the apartment?
Because I wouldn't assume you would bring a stranger into my apartment without asking me. When I volunteers to drive you back, I don't know how you feel 100% because you don't talk about any of this stuff. Which
Do you even know what it is?
So, like, if you're like in an awkward situation, right?
I'm sure you do.
Hey, well, my apartment is open if you want.
I can't wait to play the Dark Brotherhood again, man. That shit was great.
Like, oh no, it's okay, I'll go with. Or okay, thanks for offering, I'll go to your apartment. That wasn't like bring into my apartment for him to have free reign in here for a day. Okay. Holy shit. That is so weird. And not only that, but you couldn't even lie about it correctly. You told 3 different lies to different people. You told Melina, I would never and I got into...
I never said that.
You did. I looked at the text. You did.
OMFG, no.
Yes. So, okay, OMFG, no. So I come home, and you're both still here. Why? Why would you put me in this weird spot where I have to come home and see...
Technically, it's not a Bethesda game. It's technically...
That is such a weird position in my community.
What's it called?
Stop talking to my ex-girlfriend.
I want to say voyeur, but that's not it.
Somebody else in my bed, dragging his hairy balls across my blankets. Okay? Oh my god! And so we leave for an hour. It's like, holy shit! So we leave for an hour and come back, and you're both still there. Oh god! I don't know if he's like, I need to get like a few more logs or pictures off of Destiny's computer. Holy! I don't think I've ever had to me that hard. Where I've tried to like offer somebody something in my entire life. I don't think I've ever been like so burned on something before. Holy
shit.
Destiny kicks her out of the house, and before she goes, she says, I thought it was okay because I thought this weirdo guy changed for the better, completely missing the point for why he didn't like her there.
I thought it was a good judge of characters. And I'm like, am I a really bad judge of character? Has he changed since last time he's been in your community? Is everything that I've been told fake or something? And it's really fuck with me because generally speaking, I have a relatively good read on people. So I don't know this
Denham's trying to throw herself in with these victims is so disgusting. She sees all these alleged victims and she goes, I want to be one of them. Let me hide behind California law so he can't prove me wrong. It had nothing to do with hooking up with
Yeah, it's great. Dude, it's fantastic. I actually think it's better. The setting is better than Skyrim. Skyrim is like more and yeah, I guess, but I prefer Oblivion.
He's mad at me for interviewing Destiny as if I'm somehow giving.
It's just Skyrim had a newer engine, right? And not really, it's just updated, but you know what I mean.
Who wants other creators doxxed and murdered and is laughing about it on Twitter. These two are so unlike.
Skyrim's like the peak of that engine, really.
Wants dead, even when they're being threatened with their docs. Notice how he doesn't mention the death threats. I can't help but notice how big off losers they are. Lol, 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 lol.
He wants me to pearl clutch over Destiny's violent remarks, where in the tweet I'm quoting, Queeman is making violent remarks towards another Twitter account.
Yeah, that's why I said I immediately said upgrade it.
Loser, right? He needs to be absolutely kicked into the dirt.
I think he just hates Sean. But
this guy needs to be stomped into the fucking dirt. This guy.
If you want to say that.
These guys say violent things just like Destiny. They were huge fans of him up until recently. I don't feel like anyone's in any actual danger, but if they feel like they are, they should thank me for giving them the warning and call the cops. He says I'm downplaying Destiny's crimes for predicting that his career won't end over this.
You're totally right, but I have never seen someone's career end over some shit like this.
There's Willie Mack downplaying Destiny's crimes, who gets interrupted by Nicholas Diorio, commentary's top janitor. Diorio downplays Willie's downplaying of Destiny's crimes, then makes sure that optically they're shitting on Destiny hard enough.
Destiny's videos are getting hundreds of thousands of views. He's streaming live to over 30,000 people. Why is me being factually correct about how this will affect his career downplaying what he did? I think the bigger problem is when people like this guy equate what Destiny did to Jeffrey Epstein.
Especially when we're talking about a guy with the nickname Epstein.
Or when J-Stock says Destiny has created a rape machine.
I think one of the a massive talking point here is the infinite rape machine, okay? How does the infinite rape machine work?
You guys make what Destiny actually did wrong seem not that bad, because Destiny didn't rape anybody, he didn't traffic anyone, he broke people's trust who were intimate with him so he could sex the 19-year-old e-girl, leading to these people's images being forever cemented online. Their employers, their kids, their family members can be harassed forever now. That should be enough to hold him to the fire. But the minute you make it about rape, people go, huh? He raped someone? Oh no, he didn't. He sent nudes. Oh, well then, who cares? You also risk getting sued for calling him rape, but that's just me sweeping, I guess. Common sense is sweeping. He says I shouldn't reach out to Destiny for comment.
Reaching out for comment can be helpful sometimes. However, it is not the ultimate journalistic tool, especially when we're talking about a guy with the nickname Epstein. You shouldn't reach out to Destiny for interview on his crimes for the same reason you shouldn't platform and befriend someone like Mr. Girl. It doesn't really matter if you speak out against touching kids and violence. If you befriend and platform people who advocate for such things, you are giving them an opportunity to downplay and normalize their behavior, maybe even make it look cool.
I am investigating a story, reaching out to people to get more information, again, is common sense. If I didn't do that, I'd be no better than President Sunday or Beckett. He didn't reach out to Pixie. Sunday proceeded to slander her horribly because he fundamentally misunderstood the story. Both wound up getting their videos cited in her court document. Quote, the videos include screenshots of private messages of Pixie discussing the situation with friends, and claims that Pixie can touch money, only cares about money, and doesn't care about the other victims of the defendant. All of this is false. That's why it's important to reach out. You saying that I'm irresponsibly platforming Destiny is ridiculous because this video isn't even out yet. You don't even know how it's gonna end up. You know who's not mad at me? Any of the victims or Pixie. I've been talking to her side as well. I'm going to have an on-the-record conversation with her and the legal team in the future. There are people that are so obsessively mad at Destiny, they'd rather me not do a good job when making a video. It's very odd to me.
I'm going to go through a few other clips and then start asking Willie some pointed questions. Knowing the commentary community, they will never be answer.
Well, it's your lucky day.
1. How much and what kind of input did Destiny have on Willie Mac's video on Destiny? Has Destiny had input on Willie Mac's other videos?
Destiny has no input on anything I do. Do you think he likes that I'm dragging out this career-defining drama another month? I showed up on one podcast and people think I'm an industry plant. I don't know how to battle this level of delusion.
2. In the initial video, were there parts of the conversation between Destiny and Willie that were left out in an attempt to hide Destiny's influence on the video, particularly in regards to President Sunday and Beckett?
Destiny never brought up President Sunday or Beckett when we talked. Pixie's side did because President Sunday slandered her, and Beckett leaking her document with her intentions to sue before it was ready gave Destiny notice to delete evidence. This was all in her court papers. I knew about this beforehand because I reached out to Pixie and she told me. Crazy how that works.
Has Willie Mac ever received any funding or payment from Destiny, Dan Saltman, or anyone else associated with Omni Liberal Studios? That's Destiny's media company.
Not a single dollar. Again, why would he pay me to make him look bad? These people are so stupid.
4. Since Nicholas Diorio has given Dan Saltman optical advice.
But I spoke to him and I'm like, listen, the problem with you and Erudite is you guys knew for months, so you've come to terms with this and you've engaged with it. That's not what the public wants to hear a day after they find out. When you start the initial statement being like, guys, rehabilitation is the answer, before anybody gets their licks in, people are gonna fucking hate you.
And considering some of the other behind-the-scenes conversations that the commentary community has had with Dan Saltman regarding his lawfare against Twitch, among other details alluding
I swear, dude, give me this game.
to the collusion
Fuck's sake.
between the commentary
I just want to start installing because it's supposedly gonna be like 120 gigs.
Liberal Studios.
And off of the Xbox apps, that's gonna take forever, dude. You download
That's
shit.
the same logic. I've never even spoken to Ethan. I think Nick talked to Destiny once on a panel. Does this mean I can never go on someone else's podcast or show again because if the person ever gets in a scandal, that means I'm best friends with them? You're all way too parasocial.
5. How much has the commentary community, people like Nicholas Diorio, talked about avoiding backlash from Destiny's community or being fearful of Destiny's community or something along those lines? Can Willie elaborate on that hidden influence of fear within his community?
Look what happened with Chud Logic and Lauren Southern. He had
I don't know, I haven't actually played it. It's installed, but I haven't played
in a
it.
position where he can either eat shit and be hated by that community and lose a huge percentage of his audience, to the point where I had to pick up the other half of the slack and like help him out, right, to keep him afloat, or he could just leak those messages and be justified immediately, and it would start like a huge conflict. And I guess he did the right thing by loyalty.
This guy is completely taking Nick out of context. Nick is giving the sound advice to not go forward with the story unless the victim is willing to go public as well. Is he really saying he disagrees with that? This YouTuber is bad faith or has an IQ in the single digits. This fan fiction is out of control.
Normally I'd agree with you, I just haven't played it, I don't know.
Doesn't even have 1 million subscribers. I talk about bigger, more combative people all the time. Realistically, what is there to be scared of? We make YouTube videos. It's not that serious.
It's time that we get an understanding of just how much coordination, fear, and middle school shenanigans go into making it seem like someone like Willie Mac is a journalist, like Destiny is a real political pundit, like Diorio is a media expert. They're not.
Other people call me a journalist because I aim for the incredibly low bar of reaching out, which you don't even want me to do. Destiny is a political pundit. What do you think a political pundit is? All it means is someone who talks about politics with authority. And I've never heard anyone refer to Nick as a media expert. I don't even know what a media expert means.
If Willie Mac doesn't answer these questions, and I'm betting he won't, then I would advise everyone to disregard his coverage of Destiny. He is too close to him to be reliable.
Oh, great. Sounds great, smells great, and now you're screwed.
I don't think you worked very hard on this video. And like, for example, you know, you didn't really include much of the cherry stuff, which is required, which is what really shook this whole situation up.
When I point out that I did include the cherry stuff, he says I missed it.
You was one to nine. But I walks in with a thing.
Explicitly, apparently. That
Etc.
What I've posted publicly is all I would have to contribute. So she's basically saying, go, like, if there's anything you want from me, I will post it publicly. And she had
And I
posted
did
about
look
this
at her
publicly.
tweets. All right, link me her tweet right now. That's the big thing with all the information.
I don't know if there's like an archival tweet for this, but there were tweets about it, right?
Wait, you can't
I
look
don't
at
know,
more than
where
one
is it?
tweet?
You can't,
Like,
can you
can't
find
do
it
the
now?
bad-
He couldn't link me a tweet because I didn't miss anything. He then says I should have reached out to him about Cherry.
There are a ton of people around Cherry who could have given you information. Me specifically, I was like,
I don't know
plenty
who
happy
the
to give you
fucking people
information.
are. Why would I go to a second-hand source about Cherry's allegations? That's literally how Sunday screwed up his video. But then I realized J-Stock only had this opinion because he didn't watch my video.
Like, I didn't like prepare that in any way. And like I said, I didn't even watch the full video yet. I done my like click through, like my little quick skimming.
Cherry then crashed out against J-Stalk after this with these insane tweets. I think J-Stalk, Destiny, and every other person in my life is trying to get me to kill myself. I think when J-Stalk told me I'm Rexel and he's Dr. K and he promises to be my friend for 2 years no matter what. Because he often blocks me if I disagree with him or don't do what he wants me to do. He means for me to depend on him, so I eventually kill myself like Rexel did. Wow, J-Stalk, you seem like you're doing great work over there.
What the fuck?
The reality is, this isn't a career-ending drama, but it is defining. Every time his name comes up, people will bring up this situation, and they are correct in doing so. You can't demand accountability of people where week after week he demands it of all these Republicans, but then in your own personal life, you just...
Dude, I still have to play Fallout London. Can you believe that shit? I really should install that at some point.
It's caused real harm to Pixie that he has in the past acknowledged. So I want to wrap up with, do I think Destiny has a pattern of abuse? Well, he sexually assaulted a woman on stream, apologized, then years later slandered Anna on stream while sexting her. She doesn't describe it as abuse, but I still think it's pretty bad. Dan, Destiny's co-host, advocated for his wife to leave him.
I'll say this also. I think Steven was a f***ing really shitty husband to Melina, okay? I'm coming out here saying it right now. I don't think Steve would deny it either, but it's not good the way that he was. Like, I talked with Melina a lot of times, and she was crying and miserable and everything else, and Steve
Well,
would
I
say,
did as much damage as I could, fellas. It's up
"I'm
to you now.
selfish, motherfucker. That's why I'm in the relationship that I'm in." He was like, you know, what should I do? Should I leave? And I'll tell you this, I never was like, I was never
Oh, I got
like,
8 on
you know,
fire. It's
say,
nice. I think I needed
"Get out."
7.
I told her multiple times, like, listen, if you feel like this is an abusive relationship, get the fuck out of there.
So I don't think I'm sold on it being a pattern of abuse because they're different things and we really don't know the details with Melina. But if other people think this all proves a pattern, I'm not going to argue with them. The clear pattern to me is that Destiny is always sharing nudes. Whether it's blue tea or threatening Anna with hers or sharing Pixie's, Stacia's, Melina's, Cherry's. Anna claims that she received other girls' nudes that she didn't know. Was this also without consent? We'll probably never find out. He has to apologize at some point, hopefully when the trial is over.
Bet you
It's
do.
like Sneeko calling out people for being heartless while he says Hitler did nothing wrong. Or him calling OnlyFans girls hurrah but hanging out with them all the time. It may seem like an extreme example, but Destiny has victims and Sneeko doesn't. Contemplate that.
They need to kill this guy's quick dog because
Destiny
I'm...
for his politics, I think that's fine. Turns out there's a lot of hypocrites.
I don't want to go into the next game without actually
At the
getting the
end of
next
day, I'm not here to be
quest.
anyone's friend or enemy. I'm here to get a laugh, shed light on a story, and do a good job. So subscribe to the channel and be sure to check out
That is one ugly ass skin.
Crimson Glass, River, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drankobex, Necro Valley, The Confusing Opinion,
Hope for him it was free.
Christopher H, Senial Music, Lucas If, ET Automatic, Snoopy Poop Doop 2, Amura Malbay, Rooney Boo, Drew is Sharing, Clown Factory, Monkey D. Luffy, Shura, Mustard Shirt Guy, and the Mega Homies, Hellison, IGP, Your Taxi, Cyber Katie, Lori Loaded, Papa Gut, Kaden Lulan, BA Subway, Hawk and Load, Derek D, Kitty Cat, Terax, Under, John Manfreda, Trick, Lucas, and Katie Hunt.
I love the smell of bird crap in the morning.
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. BetterHelp is the world's largest therapy service, and it's...
Is it?
A crowbar would come in handy right about now.
You might call classic ancient naval warfare, i.e. the Greeks and the Romans. Because back then, there were all sorts of interesting shipboard artillery devices. But by the 900s and the 1000s, most of Europe had pretty much lost the capability to do this. Apart from anything else, most of the ships were too small to think about mounting anything like a significantly heavy artillery piece anywhere high enough for it to be of any use. The sole sort of exception to this was the Byzantine Empire, or Byzantine, depending on how you want to pronounce it. And
Definitely
they had a bunch of
Byzantine.
tricks up their sleeve, not the least of which was Greek fire. But that influenced their tactics in a way that really deserves its own video at some point. For almost everybody else, the longest range weapon that you could reliably think to find on a ship would be a bow. There might be other projectile weapons,
Right, yeah.
spears, javelins,
It's
fire
definitely
darts,
Byzantine.
stones, literally,
Byzantium.
hand throw rocks. But that was pretty much it as far as ranged combat went.
Oh,
Yatas, particularly
almost.
the Mediterranean, where the
That was, I was almost kamikaze.
ramming was
Banzai!
a viable combat tactic, although obviously unnecessarily somewhat short range. Galleys did survive to a small degree on the coasts of Spain and France and even into the North Sea regions, but their use was less predominant than it was in the Mediterranean. And with most ships being, relatively speaking, compared to later ones, somewhat
gave up.
small, and the ammunition for the ranged weaponry not being especially capable of actually damaging the opponent's ship, unless it was some kind of flaming projectile, the most you could usually hope for in a ranged engagement was to debilitate enough of the ship's crew to make the next stage of the action somewhat easier. And that stage of the action was to board the enemy ship and fight it out hand to hand, effectively to fight as if you were in a land battle, only with a slightly increased risk of drowning. And thus, when ramming wasn't present, naval tactics effectively devolved into some flavour of get close to the enemy ship and butcher everybody aboard until they surrender or until they're all dead. But when we're talking about fleet actions, which is what we're going to be covering in this video,
Ooh, they should make the explosions look better, dude. They look
grains of sand on the beach.
They look so fake.
There was a little bit more tactical subtlety than just sail up to the other person and hit them with your sword. For one thing, some ships were smaller, faster, and more agile than others, and this meant that they could sustain a projectile bombardment of some kind to try and debilitate a larger ship's crew to keep them safe.
Yeah.
And for another thing, unlike a land battle, where usually you would have two
I hate that
sides
you're
facing
right.
each other, and if one side enveloped the other, things had gone horribly, horribly wrong. At sea, it was much easier to surround your opponent, especially if you had superior numbers, and even if you didn't, it was still somewhat easy to get local superiority, because of course if you have dozens of individual ships going all over the place, well, each ship has two sides, it's a little bit more difficult to board from the bow or stern, but if you can get alongside a ship, or maybe you can put your bow against the side of an enemy ship, you're controlling the access points a little bit.
Why do you think I've stopped playing the Amagi right now? I'm just focusing on making those quests.
On one side, one of your ships on the
I'm
other,
sorry, was I too loud?
And now the enemy is quite easily
I'm
surrounded.
sorry.
And even if you aren't able to pull that off, your opponent has to think about the possibility of someone doing that at some point during your boarding action. Of course, you do as well, but in theory, if you're the one making the attack, you're a little bit more confident about it than the person you're attacking. And with a lack of any form of reliable battlefield signalling beyond maybe a few pre-arranged trumpet blasts, it would be very difficult to call in a portion of your fleet from elsewhere to come and help you, even if you had overall numerical superiority. And so a relatively fixed pattern of tactics would develop for most large-scale naval combat of this period. Namely, one side, the defending side, would tend to lash all of their ships together, or a good portion of them at least. This meant two things. One, you were limiting the enemy's options as to where they could board you, because a forest of prows or sterns pointing towards them was somewhat more difficult to board than the, in theory, two broadsides at either end of your lashed together column, and it meant that almost everybody in all of the ships you'd lashed together was available to fight, which in theory gave you a better defensive position and also a bit more tactical depth, because you could fall back to ships closer into the center if you were...
I'm so fucked, by the way. I never played this
particular vessel. The great cost of this tactic was, of course, mobility. That long line of lashed together ships wasn't going anywhere fast, and so both fleets would have outrider vessels, small, fast, agile ships, usually armed with a high proportion of archers to try again to whittle down the enemy crew. The attacking fleet, of course, would try to board if they could, perhaps try to mob 2 or 3 ships boarding the ends of the column, try to break up the line of ships, or perhaps try some kind of boarding action along the line, even if a high prow and an uncertain amount of space between the two prows might make that quite difficult. The fact that most fleets would tend to stick somewhat close to the coast unless they were in transit to or from the enemy territory also meant that a large number of these fights would take place either off the coast or in a bay of some kind, which usually would contain something that the defending fleet was trying to protect, which helped with the development of this kind of land battle at sea tactic. Now, that's not to say it's the only battle tactic. If fleets encountered each other in the more open ocean, they would have to fight in a somewhat more open formation, simply because lashing yourselves in a long line in the middle of the sea just invited yourselves to be surrounded and picked off. But those fights tended to be a lot more chaotic and a lot less predictable, and even within that, whilst you might not lash many ships together, you might see 2 or 3 ships lash each other together for mutual support if they found themselves under concerted attack, or at the very least small units of ships forming impromptu squadrons and staying close enough together to make someone slipping between them to double team one individual ship much harder. Of course, in the Mediterranean, where galleys predominated, ramming tactics that were perhaps somewhat more reminiscent of the Greco-Persian wars were still much more the order of the day, but much like the Byzantine tactics, that kind of warfare, for the most part, will need its own video. These kind of tactics would then persist for hundreds of years, even as ships developed. Indeed, even at something like the Battle of Sluis, which is considered to be well into the medieval period, lashing large numbers of ships together to form a defensive front and try and goad the enemy into attacking you was the default plan, to start with at least, for the French ships. But there was development in the ships themselves. The general trend, interrupted only very occasionally for the next millennia or so, was for ships to get larger. Additionally, whilst having roving projectile launching ships was somewhat helpful, those ships were somewhat more vulnerable if they got caught and boarded, and also were somewhat specialist in their employment. And the ability to have consistent archer cover during a boarding action, whether you were being boarded or you were boarding the enemy, was seen as very useful, at least in times of war, because dedicated warships were somewhat thin on the ground if you go from the period of, say, 1000 AD through to about 1400. The flip side to that was that there were quite a lot of pirates around, and so the average merchant ship tended to be somewhat better prepared to handle itself than in eras of perhaps slightly more peace. As the ships got larger, their masts and rigging also became somewhat more substantial, and thus you had the evolution of the fighting top. This was also sometimes called a crow's nest in some literature, but it provided a good spotting platform, which was good for navigation as well as combat, but it also meant that you could have archers up there who could continue to shoot at the enemy without the pesky annoyance of some heavily armoured individual turning up with a battle axe and trying to cleave their head into. But you could only fit so many men in a fighting top, and, you know, if the mast came down, that could be somewhat problematic. You also had the problem that once an enemy had boarded your ship, it was pretty much a level playing field in terms of where you were fighting. And so a combination of these pressures saw the development of what would become known as the fore castle and after or stern castle. The latter designation was gradually faded mostly from collective memory, but the former designation has actually stuck around in the form of the term forecastle, which is a shortened version of fore castle, which these days designates the front of the ship, but back in those days designated this new kind of fortification. And they were called castles because at the time a lot of Motte and Bailey style castles were still built of wood, so there wasn't that contradiction, and they also had battlements, and in the cases of the larger ships, even walls connecting them to the main deck. The idea of these fighting platforms, at least in defence, was twofold. One, your slightly more vulnerable but very useful archers and other such could be congregated on the upper part of these castles, where they could provide covering fire over the heads of the crew from a position of safety if you were being boarded. And for the ships that were lucky enough to have these fore and after castles built up to such an extent that they weren't just crenellated fighting platforms suspended above the main deck of the ship, and actually had, as we said, wooden walls extending down to the deck of the ship, they also provided a kind of last redoubt, where if your main deck looked like it was being overwhelmed by enemy boarders, you could retreat back into these, thus providing a choke point which your reduced crew might be able to hold, whilst your archers above could still rain down fire and death on the enemy that was trying to attack you. If you, in turn, were boarding the enemy, then these platforms still provided a vantage point from which your archers could launch projectiles at the enemy, again over the heads of your own troops, which made it somewhat safer. And if there was a size discrepancy between the ships, they might also provide the platform you needed to actually get up to the enemy's main deck if you were attacking from a smaller vessel. Alternatively, if you were attacking from a larger vessel, it gave you a kind of high ground from which to fight downwards towards the enemy. And before you think that sounds too fanciful, there are multiple accounts from early medieval naval battles of knights in pretty much full armour jumping down from fore and after castle platforms onto the decks or the castles of enemy ships. Partly, it seems, just to have made an impact, literally, on the enemy crew. Of course, this was all well and good if you were the ship with the castles and the enemy ship wasn't, so pretty soon everybody had castles, including, as we said, the merchant ships, because the line between merchant ship and warship at this point was very fuzzy, and an awful lot of fleets, when a large fleet was mustered, would be made up in large part of merchant ships that had just been stuffed with a few more fighting men than they perhaps might otherwise have carried. Once both sides had castles installed on their ships, it then became a matter of, well, now the castle's troops, mostly again archers and other such men, would need to suppress the troops on the enemy castles and fighting tops, obviously. And since two ships of roughly equal size might have castles at roughly equal heights, you might then have boarding actions taking place between the castles as well, because as much as a full-built wooden castle on a ship might provide a last redoubt against enemy boarding action if you were the one being boarded, if you were attacking and you managed to take the upper deck of the enemy castle, then of course you held the superior position and you could fight down into the enemy's last redoubt, thus occupying it, and then hit them from two sides, from within the fore or after castle, depending on which one you'd taken, and in a more conventional action across the deck where there would be more width so you could bring more force to bear. As ship design evolved, one of the primary defensive measures that would be built into ships that were perhaps more designed for war than not was simply to make the ships more high-sided, because that meant it was much harder for the enemy to board you and gave you a position of greater advantage when it came to throwing or firing things down onto the enemy's deck. The castles themselves would therefore also be higher, providing them with an even greater vantage point, and people would start to put things like anti-boarding nets on the decks of their own ships, or across the decks of their own ships, in order to entangle and therefore upset an enemy attack, which could then be mown down from the safety of the castles. If your main deck only had a small amount of bulwarking, then this net would usually be on the deck itself, and the crew would just have to be very careful about picking their way across it. If the bulwarks were relatively high, as would develop in some of the early galleon-type vessels, then this net would be strung above the deck to catch people that were trying to board in a kind of giant spider's web. So by this point, what you might think of as the classic Viking, Saxon, Norman longship had evolved into what's most commonly called a cog or hulk in the medieval period, which was now progressing into a carrack and thence into a galleon. But now, as you reach the end of the 14th and the start of the 15th century, gunpowder becomes a lot more prevalent, and with it, cannon. Now, I'm not going to go exhaustively through the list of various naval guns. We have, in fact, a video on the development of early naval guns separate to this one. But when the first cannon came about, people who were trying to mount them on ships faced something of a problem. You couldn't have a broadside in the way that you might think of classically, because apart from anything else, ships of this period had a much shorter length to breadth ratio. So there just wasn't that much space along the side of a ship. Also, as we mentioned, a lot of ships would ply a peaceful trade in peacetime and then perhaps be used as warships in wartime, and having a lot of guns down the side of your ship, or both sides of your ship, would occupy an awful lot of space in the valuable area of the ship where you might want to be otherwise storing your cargo. And there was perhaps a much more pressing issue. The decks of ships were not designed to carry the weight of these big heavy guns, which may weigh several tons apiece, and of course would exert a point load. The guns were also very expensive, so you weren't going to be mass manufacturing them anytime soon. And so very quickly, the first ships that would mount guns saw them divided into effectively a minor and major category. The minor category was a series of small anti-personnel weapons which could be handled by one man and would be used, as their name suggests, to take out enemy crewmen. A number of these could even be mounted in such a position that most of their fire arc was actually over their own deck. This was to counter enemy boarding actions, especially if you'd had to retreat to the redouts of your fore and after castles. But there was one area in most ships which either could take the load of several tons of bronze or iron, or could be made to take that with relatively minimal modification. And these areas were the bow and stern. This was because as the bow and stern narrowed, there was less space horizontally between the frames if you were looking at the ship from side to side, and you also had the upward sweep of the keel fore and aft, which meant that there was a closer proximity of heavy structural timbers that made up the main frame of the ship. Of course, this also meant...
How the fuck is this guy not getting hits? Oh my fucking god.
And so if you were going to install guns, there weren't be that many of them, which lent itself to putting in the biggest ones you could.
Bro, this is getting ridiculous.
You want to do anyway. But it became something of a happy feedback loop. Over in the areas where galleys were more predominant, there was an additional concern, because although galleys did have a length to breadth ratio that might suggest that they'd be more suitable for broadside firing, being galleys, they of course had their broadsides occupied by other things, namely oars and oarsmen. And so, even in galleys, the majority, if not the entirety, of their gun-based armament would be mounted in the bow.
Bro, what is going on?
Early galleons,
no, I didn't.
As well as bow-mounted guns, which were quite useful for offense, because whilst you were sailing,
that was so fucking sus. I was that much over it. How the fuck was it still getting short?
If you're being chased by the enemy, you probably wanted to be able to put some firepower into them. There began to be a small number of broadside mounted guns. Again, the space constraints caused by having a relatively short length to beam ratio did mean that there were relatively few in number, and because of the weight constraints caused by having the weaker decks, they tended to be lighter than the much heavier bow and stern guns. But as time went on, and again ship sizes progressed and people began to strengthen the decks of ships, these amidships guns could be made somewhat heavier, and you began to see the development of perhaps ships that would be described as more dedicated warships. This happened for a number of reasons, including political reasons and pride reasons, but one of the more practical reasons was, as we mentioned before, having lots of guns amidships would cut into your ability to carry cargo, which made this less practical for merchant shipping, and also guns were pretty expensive, which meant that a merchantman probably wasn't going to sink massive amounts of his own money into a bunch of weapons that cut down on his ability to carry cargo and therefore make more money, when there was a possibility, one, that he wouldn't need to use them for long periods of time, and two, if he did need to use them, well, you know, there were now ships that were quite heavily equipped,
Time to put on the beer goggles.
his ship wouldn't stand a chance against if it was underarmed. This isn't to say that merchant ships didn't carry guns, they very much did, because pirates were still very much a threat. But the difference between a warship and a merchant vessel in terms of full-on combat capability was now beginning to see a bit of a divergence. Over in the Mediterranean, again just briefly commenting on the state of combat in that area, there was also the development of the galleass, this being a kind of hybrid,
I don't know where that was.
the
Fuck.
galley and the more heavily gun-armed carrack or galleon, where the forecastle and stern castle of a large
I wish this thing would have hydro.
would have numerous guns installed, including a few heavy ones, and you might even get a few light
Okay.
guns installed on a partial deck above the rowing deck down the sides. At this point, remaining static and bound together was a bad idea,
Well,
because
splash damage.
your enemy could now pretty much lay siege to you, just slowly firing their heavy guns from their bows until they'd smashed either enough of your ship or enough of your crew to pieces to be able to move in and seize your vessel. But the relatively slow rate of fire of the guns that were available at this stage, combined with the fact there just weren't that many of them, meant that whilst guns could now threaten the structural integrity of ships and do an awful lot of damage to their crews, boarding was still very much a thing. Indeed, with the relative mobility of ships, now that they were freed up from the somewhat more constricted battle tactics that would now be a bit more suicidal, A tended to develop amongst a number of navies.
Damn it, I didn't notice I was that low.
Broadside, or bow salvo and board,
Fuck's sake.
with the idea that that salvo would do enough damage to ship and crew on the opponent's side, so
What's up,
subsequent
Dodo?
boarding action could follow up and take them before they were able to counter you with a broadside or bow salvo or stern salvo of their own, or indeed much fire from their lighter guns that might do a significant amount of damage to your boarding parties. But in this period, naval tactics for squadron fleet actions were a little bit all over the place.
It's on Game Pass.
Sometimes people would try and go
Or it
straight
should
to
be on
boarding
Game
actions.
Pass.
Sometimes
We don't
they
even know
would
if it's out yet.
relatively speaking, extensive cannonade.
Come over
with
if
one
it's
side
coming
trying
out
to gain
today.
the advantage over
If
the
it
other.
is, it should be
But one of the
little over
best
an hour.
examples of just how vulnerable ships that were static had now become to cannon can be seen in the ambush of Francis Drake and John Hawkins at San Juan de Ulua. The small Spanish fleet that turned up in the harbour was more heavily armed, better equipped, and overall in an open ocean combat should have won. But because they were moored up and relying primarily on infantry-based boarding tactics to win the day, it meant that when the English got wind of this assault and decided to try and fight back, the old Jesus of Lubeck, which was pretty much the only ship that the English had that could stand a chance against the larger Spanish vessels that were in the harbour, was able to systematically reduce at least 2 of the heavily armed Spanish ships to splinters and fire and damage a few others, simply because they were moored and the Jesus of Lubeck could use its heavy bow guns to systematically blow them apart. Now going into the 16th century, you began to see a divergence in tactics quite significant.
It's a remaster though, right? So, for Elder Scrolls,
like the Spanish,
the game before
who
Skyrim,
by now had a lot of
the
large
good one.
galleons, still preferred the 1 or 2 salvos and then board style. They had big galleons, they had an advantage in boarding actions, they had a lot of very ferocious battle-hardened troops, and so softening the enemy up with a single salvo and then relying on your superior hand-to-hand combat skills seemed to be the way to go.
Apparently it's tomorrow.
Engage in a perhaps prolonged cannonade where, at least as far as they were concerned, lesser valuable men, like sailors, might pick apart large numbers of your very expensive,
Well, that
very
sucks.
well-equipped, very well-trained veteran troops simply by flinging enough stone and iron through the air. But for navies who were perhaps on the receiving end of Spanish attention, like the Dutch and the English, their ships weren't as numerous, and
Guess it won't be
in most
today,
cases
then.
weren't as large, and so it was against their interest to engage in this kind of combat. And so they started to settle on perhaps a more gun-based combat, for precisely the reasons that the Spanish didn't want to engage in it. But whilst what we might recognise as a line of battle had occasionally been used up till this point, there was still a lack of rate of fire and concentration of fire, still caused by a relatively short length to beam ratio and
Bro, these guys are still in this game, hurry up.
hadn't really worked out how to fire their guns particularly quickly as compared to later eras, and thus the amount of damage you could do over any given amount of time was relatively limited if you were going to use just one broadside. Thus,
I'm going to the bathroom. It sucks that this is not coming out today. Shit. Bullshit. Wanted to play it now. Damn it. I'll be back. Alright, we're back. Oh, that was needed. Damn. Oh. I didn't get 3 times spotted? The hell? Oh, dude, dams. Fuck off.
The new tactic that was predominant amongst ships that were looking more for a gun-based solution.
I think I'm gonna swap over to Hearts of Iron
was
soon.
what you might term a carousel or pirouette. And you'd see this quite a bit during the pursuit of the Armada up the English Channel. This would occur when a ship would sail towards its target, it would unleash its bow guns, and it would then
I feel like
spot. So if, say, you were
controlling an
starboard,
empire,
you'd expose your port broadside, you'd give the enemy a taste of that, you'd continue your wheel around, you'd fire your stern guns, you'd continue around still further, fire your starboard broadside, and then depending on how quickly that maneuver was executed and how well your crews were performing, you'd either be coming round so that your bow guns were reloaded and you could continue this process of effectively a slow but steady bombardment of a handful of cannonballs here and there with your ship circling in place and able to break off when necessary. Or if your maneuver was perhaps conducted relatively quickly or your guns were taking longer to reload, once you'd done your full...
Imagine being able to turn just by
you
pressing
would
A
head
once
off
and
to
you're like,
reload all
you
your
turn.
guns and come back in and try again.
Crazy.
This approach was relatively good at keeping you safe, but it did take a lot of time to inflict any kind of serious damage, as again the Armada is a good example of, because as the English fleet, which actually outnumbered the Armada, pursued it up the channel, relatively little damage was actually done and relatively few Spanish ships fell out of formation. In fact, the biggest ships that fell out of formation were largely down to faults within the Spanish fleet themselves. Fires, explosions and collisions. During this period, mobbing your fleet together had sort of resurged as a defensive tactic. It wasn't the lashing of every ship together in an immobile mass of previous centuries.
Sorry, I was playing with the circle on my minimap.
As an example, a sort of crescent shape was actually relatively useful, because if an enemy ship came in to attack, you could concentrate the fire of numerous of your own ships against them, which hopefully would drive them off. And if they were a little bit too foolish and they came a little bit too close, there was enough cumulative firepower in this close formation to actually do serious damage to the enemy ship's hull over a relatively short period of time, down masts, blow away rudders, etc., which would then allow one or more of your ships to move in and capture the crippled enemy vessel, or perhaps just sink and destroy it if you so were inclined. It was at this point that you saw a very rare event. Warships didn't keep growing in size. What are sometimes termed the race-built galleons broke with, at this point, about half a millennia of tradition by cutting down the size of the fore and stern castles. The ships also lay somewhat lower in the water in terms of their overall freeboard between the waterline and the main deck. Whilst this did make the ships more vulnerable in a boarding action as compared to the high-sided galleons of old, it also made them faster and more agile, which meant they were more able to stay away from being boarded in the first place, which allowed them to work their guns for a lot longer and do a lot more damage to the enemy. But time rolls on and technology advances. The destructive power of guns was becoming more and more appreciated, and gun availability was also becoming more and more common thanks to the development of reliable iron guns, which were a lot
How the
cheaper,
fuck am I still getting detected? I'm smoking up.
somewhat easier to make than the older, much more expensive bronze cannon, even though bronze cannon did remain the epitome of naval artillery for perhaps another century and a half. And thus, in the period between the Spanish Armada and the First and subsequent Second Anglo-Dutch Wars, ship design began to evolve. Ships became longer compared to their beams, so the length of the beam ratio went up.
This is really sus,
This
dude.
obviously allowed more guns to be mounted on the broadside, which made the smaller number of perhaps heavier guns on the bow and stern less important. Ships had also grown to a size where you could get multiple decks of guns, at this point usually two, down the side of a ship, which obviously increased the effective firepower of a broadside still more, because if you were doubling up, say, 14 or 20 guns, this could increase your broadside to 28 or 40 weapons, whereas the same increase in height in the bow or stern might increase your firepower from 2 or 3 guns to 4 to 6 guns. The disadvantage of this was that the longer ships were less agile than their shorter, stouter cousins, and since ships of this period lacked any form of real bulkhead, it meant that if one of these new high firepower ships, or to be honest, even one of the older ones, managed to cut across your bow or stern, they could undertake what was known as raking fire. You would have only a few bow or stern guns, so your counter battery fire would be somewhat ineffective, and in any case would punch through only a relatively small volume of the enemy ship. Whereas their firepower, as well as obviously having a lot more guns as they broadsided you, would travel down the length of your own ship, which meant that the chance of interacting with one of your crew, or many of your crew, and or some of your guns, was significantly higher, and so raking fire would be incredibly devastating. But it was something of a paradox, because the very thing that made raking fire so devastating, the longer broadside, was the thing that had caused you to be vulnerable in the first place by making you less agile. The solution to this, it seemed, was to adapt the tactic that had been toyed with earlier, the line of battle. This was effectively, as it sounds, where ships formed a line for battle, bow to stern. The objective was that by lining all your ships up, you had a huge number of guns pointing at the enemy, and each ship was protecting its respective partner's bow or stern, except of course...
Where did this guy come from? The fuck?
But then the whole formation would navigate together, and...
Why was he out in the middle of nowhere? That's so fucking random, dude. I'm gonna die to that.
And so...
Some dude that was being retarded in the first place.
You sail next to each other, everybody shoots at each other, and eventually, presumably, somebody is declared a winner. If you can cross the T of the other person's line, that is, you can effectively pull a raking maneuver, but on a fleet scale level, then obviously that's good, but given that the effective range of cannon could be measured in hundreds of yards, whereas visual range could be measured in tens of thousands of yards.
There's no fucking way, bro!
A fleet that normally tried to cross
I despise these people, man. That was the most random ass shot ever, dude. The guy was completely... he missed completely, and I fucking turned into it.
Kinds of action from a curve.
Oh, I fucking... Dude, this game is so badly made, dude. Holy shit. It's such a garbage game. It really is. Terrible fucking game, dude. Fucking Russian nonsense developers, bro. They have no fucking idea what they're doing. Drives me up the wall how badly that game is made. Don't even get me started about the fucking monetization, which is sheer predatory. And should be wildly illegal.
Folks, this is real. The U.S. Navy once used cats as mascots on their ships, but the cats, they kept falling overboard. Great for morale, terrible at swimming. One sailor said, "It's raining cats and splash. Sad should. Views goldfish. And PJ, you shave the beard."
I did shave the
Huge
beard.
mistake. Now you look like you're about to log into Roblox with your mama's iPad. Tremendous regression.
It's not my fault that I look really young. Let's play a real game that requires a little bit of brain. As opposed to Russian retard simulator. Oh, I still have the thing open. I'm like checking my Twitter and shit. So it's fine. Okay, let's see. We'll start the normal way. All of the research and construction shit, obviously. But then... let's get the anti-air out as fast as possible. And the flamethrower. What are we missing? CV, bomber, gas, CV gas. Fighter, right? Yes. We add one more factory for support, because we're gonna need that. I need this as well. I'm gonna put that all in. We're only gonna build one of these each. You could go 1, 1, 8. Yeah, good luck with that. You can go. Okay, we're gonna add convoys to pick up the slack for when that enters. Good, that's it. We're gonna go fascists. Jesus. Interesting divisions, man. What the hell? Right have this one. Yeah. Take this one. For now, we'll do it that way. Oh. Let's make sure we start recruiting already. Oh, I don't have the... yeah, it costs 15. Let's see... China's probably first, right? Marco Polo incident, we can work towards that. Could do... are these... we'll figure it out. That does mean, how is my... okay, yeah, that's fine. I forgot the... That's my CV, yeah. Inner Mongolian Gambit. Shall we assassinate or not? If successful, but I have no idea how much percentage that is. Did it fail? I have no fucking idea, dude. I swear this always happens. Now, I completely forgot how this worked. How do I get more points? Hold on. Let me look this up real quick. How to lower all total. 7 years ago. That might be a bit late. 2 years ago. Yeah, building, land leasing. I have to build stuff in the in the nation, or lease them convoys. Spreading the coke. Yeah, I have coke in the fridge. Every now and then I like to mix it up. Okay, he got assassinated. Perfect. I know, right? Gotta keep it fresh. Daily fascism sport, that's what we like. Okay, so far so good. Oh yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Alright. Faction purged. Guess we should go for the Marco Polo bridge incident. Let's do the Zaibatsu. Actually, $70. It's all 70. I'll do Zaibatsu first because I get factories. I need those. That'll help then, suppose. A little bit of PP. We like PP. I like big PP more than little PP. Since we need a lot of it. Does this reduce their autonomy? No. To Google. Mainly to prevent your puppets from flipping in edge cases. Wait, no, I didn't want to do this. Shit. Is that creates... Oh, it's not mine. Oh, okay. I did want to do that then, I guess. Okay, so I think I'm going straight for the Marco Polo incident. Then we'll see what happens. Screw the 3D, don't give a fuck. Is the super battleship worth it? It's like a special project. Space.
We are gonna start it off with the flame. put it into very low B tier. The biggest problem with the torpedo cruiser is just that the hull is much more expensive. So between running some torpedo destroyers or torpedo cruisers, the torpedo cruiser will be less efficient. One thing that a torpedo cruiser compared to a destroyer does offer is having more range. That is very nice. If you like the torpedo playstyle, then you can use torpedo cruisers. Because of the hull, it is still going to be much more expensive than a torpedo destroyer. But, you know, if you like the torpedo playstyle and you do need more range, you can use torpedo cruisers. In general, torpedo destroyers are still going to be better. Technically, they do have more HP, but honestly, they're screening ships. I don't really care about their HP. They're just there to dodge and scurry around, so we're gonna ignore that. Let's put it right here in the middle of B, just because, you know, I did have to demolish a couple of destroyers that, you know, slowed my navy down, so the additional range would have been helpful there. Not much to say to the super heavy battleship. It was a meme, and it still is a meme. It can be super useful and fun to use, because, you know, it is a super heavy battleship, and you can get it much earlier now, which does make it a little bit better than before, but it's still a super heavy battleship. Moving on over to the modern battleship. If you look at the stats, the speed is very nice. That alone is something that you would research the modern battleship for. All around it does have slightly better stats. It's not that big of a deal, honestly. The main problem of the modern battleship is the fact, I mean, number one, resources, very, very expensive there. Number two, you do have to get the 1944 heavy ship hull, and then you unlock the special project for the modern battleship, which does mean in 1944 you start a special project to start building a battleship. Now, if you want to get your battleship in 1970, that's fine, but in the average game, that's not going to be something. 1.2k more IC, and you don't get anything otherwise. Sure, you do get more speed, you get more range. This thing is actually really good. You can put some runway reinforcements on it, which I don't really care about, the weather penalty stuff, but there's something a little bit different about this type of carrier. Over here we have a modern carrier, and as you can see, we can just put in some carrier naval bombers and carrier fighters. Over here we have ice carriers, and for some godforsaken reason, you can put any type of plane on this thing. This means, technically, you can use your ice carrier for CAS, for strat bombing. We can use this thing to scoot around, and honestly, I believe this is incorrectly coded, because why the fuck can any plane go on this thing? How large is this runway? Just because of the amount of shenanigans you can do with this thing, because now you can use this for strat bombing, and just as a mobile airbase, just because of that, you can have a lot of fun with that thing. And another benefit, all of this was just a little bit of a meme, it's still useful, but another benefit, the ice carrier has a deck size of 30. A normal carrier has a deck size of 20, which means the ice carrier can get 50% more planes into the battle. I assume that was an idea by Paradox, so you can build some runway reinforcements without feeling bad about losing deck size, but honestly, just build this thing. This is amazing! Now, speed, very slow because of all of the deck sizes, but come on! You can't just put so many nav bombers on this thing, and carriers are already your strongest ship. Admittedly, the speed is a little bit of a problem, but come on. If you can have fun with super heavy battleships, you can have fun with ice carriers. Kind of lightning round, we still have the missiles for submarines, and honestly, I don't care. I guess it's strat bombing. There we go. It is neat that...
Okay. Question answered. I gotta start at the cryptology department when this one finishes. Does that mean I can add... Oh, fuck, I didn't set them to train. Oh, wonderful. Yes. I feel like maybe I shouldn't do the Marco Polo incident yet, because they got way more troops here than I do. Which is not gonna be good for me, obviously. Oh, I don't know about this one. Let's reject it. We're gonna go our own way, see what happens.
Speed! I honestly forgot about a midget submarine just because it's that bad. Look at the speed, look at the range. This thing has 5 HP. A single shark will kill this thing. And yes, there are sharks in Hearts of Iron. Today you learned. I mean, it's funny to spam, but honestly, just build normal submarines. Air independent propulsion. These have one big problem. Well, 2, 3. Production cost, range, and fuel usage. The level 1 one I wouldn't ever use. 60 fuel is insane for submarines. And the range, you know, like you can use that thing for a sea lion at best and then nothing more. But if you get that one, you can get 2 other engines and one of
This kind of sucks, man. Most of these are shit.
Now,
Then
they are 10% more expensive. They also cost more fuel. But if you can afford that, you have 10% less sub.
this sucks. Mm. I need one. Never mind. I was about to say I need one more. Ooh. It's gonna help a lot though with the attacking. Everything at once. I know I'm a little early. It's not too bad. How do I... We need 20% for that. Get the research slot in. Great. Oh, God. Fuck him. Embargo it is. It's gonna be rough on my oil. I already know. I gotta like immediately. This is like we need this. How do I like... Move over. I don't understand what this is about. The German Reich can request whatever the fuck they want. That ain't happening. That shit is mine. And I won't hand it up. See what this collaboration government does. I don't use the spy shit enough, dude. I have no idea what any of that shit does.
준비 완료.命令。
France is looking weird. Hmm. Definitely need that, considering America was like, no. Oh. Perfect. I should have just brought infantry instead of the vehicles. We done with that operation? Oh yeah. Oh, we're done. Perfect. Wait, it just became mine? Like, holy shit, it did just become mine. Holy fuck, I didn't realize it was that I gotta use that shit more, bro. What the hell? Okay. That's pretty swag. Nice. There's no way this works. It'll increase it, right? But there's no way they're gonna flip over or anything. What? That seems really powerful otherwise. There's no way. Poland's doing its weirdness again. What? What? Run away! Whatever. Bro, I tried to play Spain last night. Holy shit, dude. I don't know how to influence the Civil War, bro. Like, what the hell? It's crazy. I never play South America. South America, dude. Ugh. Yuck. Can I help them out? Oh, it's a border conflict. Nice. Oh, I never know what to take here. Steak preparation, I guess. I have no fucking idea. Planning and logistics sounds nice. To be fair, I'm also playing Road to 56. It's like a mod. Expands it a little. Oh, that's quite a while ago. Quite a while ago. It's Kanto shoe. I'm confused. Dalian. I'm playing Iron Man, so I can't just save. Because I was thinking, if I say yes or no, does this, which one fucks the autonomy, right? Because I'm trying to annex them eventually, obviously. So, if the autonomy goes down when I give them that, that just means I'll get it back eventually, right? So, but if it goes up, then I really don't want to give it to them. I'll say no. We are at 782. That did nothing. Faster planning speed, I guess. Since we have more planning and logistics, I might as well. That seems to combine. One would hope. Nice. So what exactly just happened? Like, they don't even have anything fascism, so I'm super confused. Like, how can I... I'm so fucking lost. I have no idea what that did. Because, see, here when I did it, it straight up gave it to me. They became a puppet. And now I think it's like, if I take over, the compliance will be higher or something? I guess? Apparently, if you do it against major nations, it takes them less long to surrender and stuff as well. I should have been doing this a lot, and this is like the first time I've actually looked into it. Oh, but it's also only because they become your puppet and then you have to annex them later, right? Because you don't actually get that shit. They just give you the factories. Gotcha. I think. Probably never used those, but whatever. Oh, I just looked away. Oh my god. Well, we're screwed. Gotta drive my ass off to that fucking city real quick. Oh look, the Germans. God, this war is such a weirdo one. Dude, if like 50 million. 50 different sides. It's ridiculous. Portuguese Empire? What the fuck? They went fascist. Interesting. Rubber is not gonna be the problem. The biggest problem. Fuel is... God, this is such a mess. Jesus.
Shit!
Like I said, I tried to play Spain yesterday. This exact thing happened, and I was like, I have no idea what to do now. Fuck it. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh my god, we're almost there. Okay, building does really help. Holy shit. Crap. Actually, yeah, let's wait a little bit. Because I want to build more stuff. Faster. Do I get their troops? Let's quickly go through all of those and then we'll see if we can axe. Oh wow, it succeeded. Yeah. What do we need? Ecuador. Sorry. These guys are surviving for so long, it's crazy. I'll leave that open. I think I'm gonna swap the superior firepower. Bro, how in God's name can you not kill this guy? Jesus. This is ridiculous. I don't think this matters, right? We're gonna annex it. Bro, like I said, I tried to play Spain. When the fucking civil war starts, what the fuck is going on, dude? Like, oh, I could not wrap my brain around it. That shit is one complex ass more. How are these guys surviving, bro? What the fuck? Ridiculous. Okay, we just need political power now. The Thunder Dragon Empire. It's like this little tiny thing all the way away. Look. Okay, bro. Like, go away. I want to get all of those done and then annex it, right? So then all of that's mine, hopefully. Oh, finally. Finally. Like, why did he pull back everyone from here? There were like 20 divisions there when I last checked. It really does. It really does. It's looking good for the Republic, though. Nice little circlements. Yes and no. It's the supply. The supply is always the problem, dude. You have to like go along with your war and really like railways, supply depots. You actually have to make them. Playing Communist China now is crazy though. I was playing earlier. Oh my god. I can get pretty far and then I peter out. Communist China ain't no fucking joke, dude. Holy shit. They've crumbled now. It's only a matter of time. Camels, what the fuck? Okay. Yeah, dude. Especially in this mod. Only to build it. Once it's built, the factories come into play again. Okay. Oh, I just used my PP. Shit, I forgot about that. Fuck. I just used it too, god damn it. I'm like, let me use my PP and then we'll do the like obviously it costs political power. Fuck's sake. Come on, give me the extra one. I just need one. I'm just gonna fucking... I'm making those? Northern European Treaty Organization, NATO. They made NATO. Neat. How do I get the fucking radar again? I don't remember. Oh, did we win? Hey. Okay. Oh, 1939, I haven't done anything yet, dude. Fucking hell. You know what? Fuck it. Oh, damn. Oh, you better not do anything about that. I swear to God, I'll fuck you up. I'll let you die so fast. This is the year it's going down. 1939. Well, we're at 20%, so I can technically start sending convoys to my subjects so I can integrate them. But don't really need to just yet. Perfect. Collaboration government should be full. Perfect. Reduces their surrender level by 30%, bro. Holy fucking shit. I gotta send this to Exquisite. Oh, he's offline. No, 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 no. See, this button. I gotta get to 300. What else can we do actually for... I don't actually know what any of these do. Steal industrial blueprints, plant fake German map, military blueprints, naval blueprints. Actually, kinda run behind on blueprints for Navy. Bro, my shirt is so old and washed so much, the thing is coming loose. It's really annoying. I hate it. Shit was like 40 bucks, man. Fuck. Yeah. Danzig oder war. Just joined. The Axis. Wait, what? What is going on here, dude? And weird. No, it's not one of those things, it's one of those plasticky things. Hello. Oh, hello. Ugh, yuck. Okay. See what I mean? That's the supply map. That's bad. Okay? Very bad. Oh, I do get the armies. Let's go. Probably shit though, that's the downside. Okay, wow. Hang on. You 18 20 Dun dun dun. I have one too many. Two. Dude, what? Oh. Oops. How long do I have? Wait. What happens if I do... Sweet. We have to make that, right? I forgot where you did that. There is somewhere a button. Because excuse me, I was looking for it and then I found it for him. There's somewhere there's a button. Make it support. Or was it research? Oh, flamethrower. Here we go. Shit, I should have renamed it. This is the flame tank. How do I know now? No, fuck it. This is what we needed to do. No, I'm so confused. Did I just not see it? Because I'm a moron? Did I pull an exquisite? That's true. I did pull a moron. Fuck. This is the tank I made though, right? Yeah. Yeah, I can just... Okay, perfect. It wasn't a complete disaster. Excelente. Muy bien. The Russian Empire joined the Axis. Okay. That's weird. Ah, dude, we're not doing so well here. Oops. The railway is not actually built. It'd be really nice if the guy says yes to that, because he's in Axis now. Am I making those? I am making those. Yeah, yeah. Alright. They've crumbled. We got them. Took a while. Be just a matter of time now. When do I get this? I don't know which fucking special project I need to do for this. Radar, yeah, but... Oh, it's probably air. Yeah, it's air. Duh, radar. I put it on ground because it's technically something you can put on the ground. I didn't realize. Yeah, I should have done air. That was dumb. The United Mexican States joins the Axis. What the fuck? This is gonna be one weird ass war. The Russians and the Mexicans are both in the Axis now. Nice. We're getting stuff. I gotta research some sheep's bear. Whatever. Hopefully they say yes. Sweet. See what I mean? Fucking hell, dude. This supply is so annoying. See, the supply comes and immediately we can attack again. Sort of, right? It'll be better once the thing is built, but that takes a while. Hello. Look at all the bonuses, bro. Fuck. So good. I don't have that many, so it's gonna be a while. Sweet. What did we get? Oh, sweet. I don't know. Once you steal, it goes automatically to 0, I guess. See, I don't even know what this does. To do the local agent recruitment. No fucking idea.
Answer me, you imposter scum.
An alien came down and was like, bro, I'm gonna make you younger again. And behold, I'm younger again. He even used the word bro, which I thought was kind of weird, but you know. He does good work. Bro, when I shave my beard, it's like 10 years go off. I know. It's fucking weird. I still have a baby face. I'm fucking 40, for crying out loud. How come you ain't playing? Bro, the spy shit, the collaboration government is really fucking nice, dude. I gave you a screenshot on Discord, but I did it 3 times on China. And now they'll surrender, their surrender level is 30% less. And they will get 100% compliance when we win. It's crazy good. That's right, I completely forgot about my plans. That was dumb. No. No, I hate it. It fucking sucks. I hate it so much. Why aren't these guys doing it? Why does it say 0? Weird. Like, that's a ship that I will not play unless you guys are playing, because fucking hate it. Maybe it's less shit when I have other people that I can play with, but solo is kind of rough. Yeah, I know. I want Yamato so badly, but it's just, oh, it's gonna be 200k or something. Jesus Christ. Fuck my life. Come on in. Oh. Poor Belgium. This is getting annoying. Okay, we're almost there. 5 February. All my shit, all my infantry has the flame tank buff though, so. But I've only just started adding them, so. Oh, that's not even the right template. Also, half of these guys don't have it, because I'm not sure which ones... Like, I gained these guys' armies as well. But I'm in a war, I don't have the... I can't swap them over now. Um... No wonder nothing was happening. Oops. I'm like, dude, I'm stuck here. Of course I'm stuck. I don't have a fucking plan going. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm like... It's because the plan was to here and I took that ages ago, right? Hopefully I steal another ship. Sure, why not? Oops. Should help. It's the same as the planning and logistics. It feels like that's like the way to go.
준비 완료! 준비 요시! 完了
Sticks maybe?
이동 준비 완료. 준비 완료. 요가이.
I wish you could see which ones.
이동 준비 완료.
Oh no, it's the...
요가이.
Couple of these, man.
요스케. 이동 준비 완료.
Doing? Come here, you. Oof. Too much attention. Too much attention. Ooh. Hey. Never mind. Why is that not possible?
준비 요시.
What am I doing wrong?
준비 요시. 준비 요시.
Capacity.
이동 준비 완료.
What just happened? Order dispute? I don't even know where the fuck that is, god damn it. Oh. Bro, this is getting annoying. Pathetic. The fuck? Get ethno states. I have no idea. Oh, here we go. What the fuck, dude? I'm a little late on those, I know. Bro, this fucking supply is kicking my ass, dude. Oh. Could be why? Finally, radar. The Union of South Africa. Doesn't really have all that much. Look at the Portuguese, dude. What the fuck? Belgium's done pretty well for itself. Not so much here, but you know. Can't win them all. It's like I need to get supply there, but I don't really want to build a supply depot. Like, I'm gonna have to. It's gonna take forever though. I'm just gonna use the thing. Fuck it. Can I use the thing? Do I have one? Yeah, I do. No, I don't. Okay, from who? Oh, here, this one. Maybe not right now. Confusing. Shit. Whatever. Stupid fucking supply. Superior enemy, my ass. so fucking annoying. It's gonna take forever too, man. Jesus. Bro, I could be playing Oblivion right now. Fuck. It's true though. But no. At least tomorrow, maybe.
Okay. 이동 준비 완료. 교스캡.
Who knows? The fuck does this do? No idea. I'm gonna be stuck here for 3 months. That supply depot better fucking work, I swear to God. Like, what if I temporarily do this? No. That was really dumb. Okay, get back there. Fuck. They instantly... I thought maybe I'll get some more supply. Just... And I'm building the supply thing right there. Not anymore, I guess. Bro, how the fuck... How... Dude, these are all this amalgamation bullshit from this garbage can. Oh, they're probably fucking trash. Ugh. They're all garbage. I already know. I'm done with this one. Lessons learned. Do not use their armies, they're trash. Fuck.
이동 준비 완료. Finish!
Wait, excuse me, you still here? I might ignore naval for now. I want to focus on China, so I'm gonna ignore the naval. I don't want to fuck around in Europe. I don't want to fuck around in America. It's a lot of artillery, man. I never know how to build these things, I'm gonna be honest. I also don't like this, man. 3 motorized, 2 like that. Don't like. I'm not gonna build these. Fuck it. Hopefully that works again. Fuck, they missed. Squeeze it. Oh, that gives us PP, right? Yeah. It's 5, but better than nothing. What do we got? Need to start moving this down. We're doing that. I don't care about these guys. We can keep those just the way they are. Actually, I shouldn't have abandoned it. Ah, whatever. I need that. Otherwise I can't do the flame tank. I want it fast. Oh, artillery is anti-air as well. I did that too. I'm gonna say yes to this. See what happens. Oh damn. How many? 75 and 90%. Okay, hang on. How do I delete him? How do I delete him? Oh, what the fuck just happened? Here we go. Ah, it's still. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, I didn't delete him. No, I want to delete the ships. How do I delete the ships? The ships will be destroyed. Okay. Okay. Bro, how do we still have 75%? That's ridiculous. Fuck. Bro, I've got like half of what they got. What the fuck are you talking about? This makes no sense to me. I'm not sure that was worth it. I'm gonna... That was bullshit. I had to get rid of so many ships that was really not worth it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom first. We'll try again. Jesus. God damn it. I scream, you scream. We all scream for. It has freezer burn. There's a lot of ice. That's not part of the ice cream. Been in there for a while.
Hit it!
Fuck's sake. Perfect.
준비 완료! Finish!
All right. Give research slots. Oh, I can't do it yet. No. Well, at least it'll help, right?
이동 준비 완료.
Almost forgot the anti-air. Germany back down from the Anschluss. Unlucky for them. Lucky for Austria. Let's get the X-ray agent. Forgot about Spain. Come on, I need that. Oh, there we go. Come on. I need that third guy. Still, anything that's not nailed down. The hell? Pause. Nice. Okay, it just happens automatically. The collaboration did nothing to it. It just happened automatically because I assassinated the dudes. Perfect. Oh, tank's almost done. It's still stalling. Britain turned fascist. Okay, we have to wait until medium. Tanks are ready for those flame tanks. Hmm.
Video.
Did we? Apparently not. There we go. I swear these are bugged, man. 1939. But it says they were not ahead. Whatever. Might as well wait for those then.
Hi guys and welcome back to the channel. Today we are talking about the Flame Tank Support Company. I have been doing a lot of testing and today I want to share with you my results. Let's start with the basics. In order to make a Flame Tank Support Company, you need to have research into your production tank, and then very important, good. It's not worth investing a lot in. If you try to raise its soft attack, if you try to raise its armor, you will be heavily penalized by all of these debuffs. So what do we do with these flame tank support companies, and why are we making
It sounds like it's from Italy.
so bad? Well, the
Not
answer
bad.
is right here. Let's see. This is
Molto
my
bene.
game armored division template, and in here we have a medium flame tank company. Now, as you can see, the upper part of the stats, the defense, breakthrough, soft attack, and so on bonuses are pretty bad. But if you look down there, you will see that we get some flat bonuses, huge bonuses. Now, on forts, it's a plus 40% attack bonus. But even on the other terrains, I mean, except for maybe mountains and hills where tanks are bad in any case.
I think he's Italian.
But for example, say Urban in Siege,
He's also called Machiavellian strategist, so...
we get a plus 35% bonus. Those are pretty huge bonuses. Okay, so this is the answer to the question, why are we making flame tank support companies? Why are they good? Because of these flat bonuses. Now, the next question you may have is, which one is better? Should I make a light, medium, or heavy flame tank
Light?
support company? And the answer to that question is pretty simple. You should make medium
Yeah,
flame
pretty simple. It's like switching between Scandinavian and Italian, dude. It's fucking weird.
tank companies. Now, if I switch from this medium flame tank company to my light one, you will see that we will lose the following bonuses. We get a minus 10% on forts, minus 5 on forests, minus 5 on urban, and minus 5 on jungles. Okay,
Mostly checking.
Then we said medium is the best, so we are only going to look at medium. And well, say that you have all of your tanks available. Which type of chassis should you use for your flame tank support company? Well, ideally,
Gonna do some World of Warships in a bit?
As we say, the stats are not going to be very good, so there is no point in investing a lot of production in your flame tanks. That being said, I would still avoid the interwar medium tank chassis, and that is because the reliability on this chassis is so bad that even if you just go for a basic flamethrower, cheapest turret available,
I love this guy's accent, dude.
flame
It's
support
great.
company, and you try to match the speed of your tanks,
Speed.
it should be 8 kilometers per hour. The reliability is very bad, so I would avoid the interwar medium flame tank. Other than that, anything is fine. You can use your basic medium tank chassis. And you basically have two choices, in my opinion. There are two designs that I found to work the best. The easiest one, the basic one, is you just go for cheap. So you pick the cheapest possible turret, 0.5 production cost, and you just match the speed. Yeah, always remember to change to flame support company, and you match the speed of your tanks, say 8 kilometers per hour. Okay, so this is the basic design which I always use for my medium flame tank support companies. Now,
Not even a radio?
And thanks to one of you guys who suggested it in the comments, I came up with a different design, a very, very good design in my opinion, which increases the production cost a little bit, but for good value. What is it? So, starting from here, we just add some fuel drums.
And dozer blades.
And basically we fill all of the remaining slots with fuel drums. Now this means that our max speed will be decreased a little bit, so you will need to increase the engine a bit more to match the speed of your tanks. In this case, I need to go up all the way up to 10.
I'll figure it out. Makes sense. I don't even have dozer blades. Okay. I didn't even know how fast my tanks go. 4.9. It's already faster. Oh well. For what though? Like, they're not even gonna do anything. They're just there for the bonus, right? Like, what am I gonna boost? You know, 2.6 soft attack. It's gonna be garbage. It's just literally there as a support for the percentages. Bro, I tried to play the fucking the Spanish. Holy fucking shit, dude. That Civil War is brutal. Like, goddamn. Pretty fucked. Fuck. Wow, that didn't happen all game last time. You wanna play some WoW? WoWs in a minute? Who's it?
Yosuke! Junbi Kando!
Oh. Someone walked over my grave. Wow. Alright. Oh. I need to pee. Bathroom.
命令を。
Wait, 10 divisions. Oh. Rip. Why is nothing happening? Why is nothing happening? The fuck? There we go. Weird. expensive to make, but I want it. Oh, this war is going way better. Oh no, I didn't have a national focus selected. What? For how long? Fuck my life.
動準備完了。了解。準備完了。命令を。
Oof. The Inca Empire joined the Axis. Random. Where'd all my factories go? I have like 10. Ow. They're working on stuff.
준비 완료. 내려.
How do I make this a different task force? Like that.
준비 요시.
Nope. Wait. Fuck it, I need it. Oh, I was wondering why nothing was happening. It's paused. I spaced that there. It's kicking off over there. Jesus Christ. It's a lot of divisions. I forgot the radar again. Shit. I'm working on it. Yeah, I would have expected that to use fuel, but I guess not. It's not that many planes, I guess. Good thing I'm not part of the Axis. The hell with that. Wait, I thought they joined the Axis. Oh no, that was the other game.
Hit it! 了解
Bite my colossal metal ass!
How about new?
이동 준비 완료.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Wanna bet? Okay. How you doing, Knight? Unless it was ice. Yeah, I just noticed. Yeah, I looked up. My bad. See what we get, if anything. Is that fucking anti-tank gun? It fucking was. I don't give a shit about no anti-tank gun. Not really. Anzus. What the fuck is Anzus? Oh shit, the America is in Anzus. And New Zealand's the leader? What the fuck is going on in this game, dude? Fucking weird. I'm using so many national projects. Jesus Christ. Rijkscommissariat België. The fuck? "90 days."
준비 완료.
Ooh. Does that only work during war? I guess it does. Shit. Not that they can use convoys, they're landlocked, but it lowers their autonomy. What was I waiting for? I was waiting for a couple. Oh yeah, 33 days.
완료!
I don't know what to get now. Planes, I guess. One days.
Now, the very last template I have for you today is a paratroopers template. That
Wait, what? Is that even droppable? Oh. Damn. I have to wait. YOLO. Really? The fucking Germans. Fuck it. Oof. Oh, I got Wow, okay. Talk about getting merged. They don't have that much left though. Hey. That noise. The cat just made a weird fucking noise, dude. She was sleeping. I woke her up. What the fuck? He's nuts. The fuck? How do I... What the other one? Why is this guy not? Fuck.
Hit it!
Mm-hmm. It's not going too well for the Axis.
준비 완료!
I was right to say no to Germany. Whoa. Fucker. This is gonna be such a disastrous mess. This is gonna look disgusting. Soviet China. You serious? Fucking Russian piece of shit. Even in this game, they fuck you over. God, they really are useless, aren't they? Fuck, that really annoys me, dude. Comintern bastards. Yuck. All right. Here's the thing. This Fatal Fury game, does it even have like any single players? Because I fucking suck on. Guess we'll find out. The only reason I got this is because I really want to play it. But also, I don't need to buy Oblivion, right? I already have that. Okay, give me like 5 to 10 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Another couple hours. I'll be back. I'm only halfway through the downloads, damn. Bro, what the fuck did they do to YouTube? It's giant all of a sudden. All of the fuck... What the hell? They made the thumbnails way bigger and I hate it. Right? It's way too big. I don't know what they were thinking. How you liking Baldur's Gate 3? I should check it out again, man. I haven't seen any of the new classes. Subclasses. Damn dude.
the last day of the Republic! Die Feind vor der ersten Ordnung! Und sich an
Sounds worse to me because I can understand what he's saying. The first one was already cringy.
diesen besonderen Tag erinnern, als den letzten Tag der Republik! Bow to the First Order, and we'll remember this as the last day of the Republic! Die Feind vor der ersten Ordnung! Und sich an diesen besonderen Tag erinnern, als den letzten Tag der Republik! Bow to the
Oh, did I actually do the... Yeah, I did. Never mind. We're getting closer to the game. Almost there. It's only like 10% to go, but
Let's rock. Damn, those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my ride.
Fatal Fury. I ain't got no bullets. Ow. Huh.
Cool.
Oh shit, we're done. this game. Oh. Ronaldo's in this game, don't question it, I don't care. I don't know either.
Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves.
That's not a good sign. It could be because I have my gamepad plugged in as well. I like the music. It's probably because I got my gamepads plugged in.
System.
No, the fucking why is the it's not recognizing the fucking right stick. Okay, but nothing's working.
Tutorial.
Fucking noob controls again, bro. Fucking hell. Okay, but it has considerable drawbacks apparently. Yeah, perfect. That sounds good. Good. That's how you do modern controls. The game is apparently super deep, so I'm gonna suck balls.
Get ready. Fight. Complete.
I didn't even check what all my buttons do, to be honest.
Get ready. Fight.
This one's the same.
Complete.
Can I change the... Wow, okay. I have no idea which buttons I should bind.
Get ready. Fight. Complete.
I accidentally did a just frame block on the first one. Well, I don't know. No comments.
Get ready. Fight. Complete.
This is extremely basic.
Get ready. Fight. Complete. Get ready. Fight.
Wow, that was.
Complete. Get ready. Fight. Complete. Get ready. Fight. Let's go. Double it everything. Let's go. Double it everything. Complete.
Yo, that looked exactly like the fucking scary thing.
Get ready. Fight.
What the fuck? What am I? What? Yeah, I do 5 hits. What the hell is going on? Oh. My bad. Why would you do that one? Obviously you do the DP. The fuck?
Get ready. Fight. Close one. Not done yet.
Ignition gears.
Get ready. Fight. Not done yet.
Bro, he just stands there for a full second when he did that.
Close one.
I just noticed something. Oh, and no one said anything.
Get ready. Fight. PG complete. Get ready. Fight. SPG. Complete. Not done yet. Get ready. Fight.
What the fuck is that?
Complete.
We should have that one on a button. No.
Get ready. Fight. Four, 3, 2, 1, 0. Complete. Get ready. Fight. SPG. SPG. SPG.
I just realized something so dumb. I was on the wrong scene.
Get ready. Fight. Cool down. Complete. Get ready. Fight.
Hold it down.
Complete.
Doesn't that use something? Surely that uses something. You would just use that for blocking every time.
Get ready. Fight.
Not done yet.
PG. PG. PG.
The hell?
PG.
Hey guys.
PG. 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 Close. PG.
Not done yet.
Although I guess I can't fucking for the life of me get it.
PG.
Close.
PG.
Even with the
Not done yet.
PG. PG.
Close.
finally. What? I'm confused. I'll have to wait for it, I guess. What? It's just forward. I'm confused. Wait, it just says block, it doesn't say just defense. Okay, hang on. I don't understand. I don't get it.
Get ready, fight! Guard crush! Complete!
It's like a reverse drive rush or a burnout.
Get ready, fight! Complete! Get ready, fight!
I have no idea when I stand up. This ain't helping.
Get ready. Fight.
こっちだこっちだこっちだ
Complete.
I like this stage.
Get ready. Fight.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Close one.
Complete.
Yo, that is a weird fucking mechanic. What the fuck?
Get ready. Fight. Complete. Get ready. Fight.
Not done yet.
Complete.
Not done yet.
Bruh. The lane change thing is what the fuck? I don't get the hyper defense.
Get ready. Fight. SPG. SPG.
Oh, it's
SPG.
Finally. There we go. Pedro. Just a sick. Yeah, new fighting game. There's way creepier stuff than that. See?
Missions.
I don't even know who I want to play, bro. Maybe we should play Ronaldo, which is who's in this game.
EOST.
Southtown.
Southtown.
善や悪などなく、力ある者が全てを支配する町。サウスタウンにやってくる人々の求めるものは多種多様である。富、名声、権力から強行、強賊、悪漢などの犯罪に至るまで。だが、サウスタウンで野望を叶えられるのは強者だけであり、弱者は儚く散っていく。サウスタウンを舞台にした複雑に絡み合う人間関係。過去との因縁に決着をつける者、家族との絆を探す者、理想を求めて旅をする者、目的のない旅を続ける者。この街に魅力される一人、また一人と引き寄せられる人々。そんな彼らのエピソードを垣間見る。エピソードオブサウスタウン。
Not sure that's feeling, to be honest. It's a little much. Oh, bro. Let's just do the trials. Whatever.
Missions.
Figures. The best noob characters is of course Maya and Terry. Apparently. I have no idea. It's so weird that they have Ronaldo, dude. like, what the fuck?
Get ready. Fight SPG. Wait. Get ready. Fight SPG.
That hurt, bastards.
Get ready. Fight SPG.
Oh, you have to. Yeah.
SPG. SPG. Wait. Get ready. Fight SPG. SPG. SPG.
Oh, fuck. Okay, so wave blow.
SPG. Wait. Okay. Get ready. Fight SPG. SPG. SPG.
Is there like a...
SPG.
Whoa.
Get ready. Fight. SPG.
In the trial modes? Are you serious?
SPG.
I have to do... What the fuck?
SPG. 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 SPG.
That's what I was wondering.
SPG. 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 SPG.
I'm spamming it this way.
SPG. 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 SPG.
Where are you looking?
SPG. 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 SPG.
Pressing the wrong button. This one and then this.
SPG. 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 SPG.
どこ見てやがる
SPG. 君な切れちまったぜ SPG. 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 SPG.
どこ見てやがる
SPG.
God's sakes.
SPG. 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 SPG.
どこ見てやがる
SPG. 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 SPG.
I have no idea how I did that.
SPG. 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 切れちまったぜ SPG. 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 SPG.
どこ見て
SPG. 切れちライジングタックル SPG. 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 SPG.
Oh my god.
SPG! 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 Rising attack! SPG! 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 SPG!
Finally. What? Why is it 5 of 8? Oh, is the fucking... It's gonna be some lame ass shit.
Get ready! Fight! SPG!
Wow.
Get ready! Fight! SPG!
Wow.
Get ready. Fight. SPG. SPG.
I'm not sure, what the fuck? It's with the modern controls always.
Get ready. Fight. SPG. Wait. Get ready. Fight. SPG. Get ready. Fight. SPG. 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 Wait. やってくれたね。Get ready. Fight. SPG. 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 Okay. Get ready. Fight. SPG. 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 Overheat.
Wait the fuck?
SPG. SPG.
Confused.
SPG. SPG.
Huh?
SPG.
That's not what I'm getting.
SPG.
so confused. Why was I not doing it earlier?
SPG.
The hell?
SPG. SPG.
It's giving me a fucking...
Overheat. SPG. SPG.
I don't understand what that's happening.
SPG. SPG. SPG.
Alright, I'm done. I'm done for today, it's way too late. I don't want to figure this out at 2 in the morning. Alright so far. I don't know. I'm not entirely happy with how little effort they seem to put into the tutorial and the trials. Like, they barely explain anything. Anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out. I will be back tomorrow. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Same place, same time, every day of the week. You know how it goes. I'll see you then.